Good afternoon and welcome to the March 28th regular meeting of the City of South Fulton City Council. My name is Corey Adams. I serve as the City Clerk, and we will have the roll call for tonight's meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Corey A. Reeves, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7. And lastly, the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Good evening, everyone. How's everyone doing? Welcome to our March City Council meeting. We have these every fourth Tuesday in the beautiful Southwest Arts Center here at 915 New Hope Road. Thank you all so much for coming out. We're going to get right to our meeting. I do want to let you all know we do have some food and drinks outside for those of you all who are going to be with us. We're going to be here for a few hours, so we want to make sure that you all are as comfortable as possible. And with that, we're going to head. We're starting a little late, so we're going to go get our meeting started right now. Thank you all so much for coming. And Mr. Clerk, you can sound the first item.
The first item on tonight's agenda is Roman numeral 5, approval of the City Council meeting minutes.
What about invocation and pledge?
Thank you. The pastor is not here, so we can proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance as printed on the agenda. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Willis. The next item is Roman numeral 5, approval of City Council meeting minutes.
I will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the regular meeting minutes from February 28th, 2023, the City Council work session minutes from March 14th, 2023, and the City Council alcohol zone and public hearing minutes from March 14th, 2023.
And seconded, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's a roll call vote. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
And Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
Those items were approved unanimously.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item. But before you do, I am having trouble getting into the Novus agenda. Is everyone in?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, go ahead, sound the next item.
Next item is adoption of the council agenda. And I have a couple of additions when you're ready.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
We did receive 2 additional add-on resolutions, both sponsored by Councilmember Gums, a resolution proclaiming the month of March as Black Business Month in the city, as well as a resolution proclaiming the month of March as Women's History Month in the city of South Fulton. Additionally, the Public Works General Services staff.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can we just, these proclamations, are they going on the consent agenda or are we presenting them?
Point of order, you cannot make an amendment to the consent agenda. They will have to go on the agenda.
All right, so we will add those proclamations as, let's do those first. They're just the first number 4. Those 2 proclamations will be the first number 4s. I'm told, is there another, I'm sorry, Councilman Willis, is this Jacqueline Underwood? Is this for the sheriff's office? Yes. Okay, I just want to make sure because I heard that there were some other proclamations. All right, we'll just add those to the top of the
It's for
proclamations.
Fulton County Sheriff Office.
Got it. All right, go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, and, Councilman Rao has her hand raised.
Go ahead, Dr. Rao.
Yes, I want to hold the recognition for Princess Bard. She had another commitment and couldn't make it, but I'll be recognizing her in the future at the next council meeting.
All right, thank you. Your next additions, Mr. Clerk.
The next addition is the Public Works General Services staff just recently received information regarding item number 28 on the agenda, and that is request approval to enter into an agreement with Osprey Management to provide interior facility renovation of VIP pavilions, restrooms, and green rooms. I did put in your package the cost estimates for the VIP rooms, but just recently the General Services staff indicated that the cost estimate for this item is $488,000, not to exceed $500,000.
All right.
Those are the items that I had. I understand there may be at least one or two more.
All right, I will hear motions for additional additions.
Mayor, also too, thank you for adding those resolutions on, but also too, the RFP closed recently for the Wolf Creek concerts and promotions. So we want to go ahead and, based off of, concert season and things of that nature, we want to go ahead and authorize our city attorney and our city manager to begin negotiations to move forward with that vendor.
All right, let's add that. Let's make that 26B after our elections here.
Thank you.
And are there more additions? All right, hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
I move that we adopt a city council agenda meeting for Tuesday, March 8th, 4 p.m.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Correction. With the amendment. I didn't say with the amendment.
Yes. Yeah, I entertain a motion to approve it as amended. You got that, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, I do.
All right.
It's roll call vote to approve the council meeting agenda as amended. Roll call, Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
That item was approved unanimously.
Also, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is Proclamation Presentations. We have a total of 4 presentations this evening. The first is a proclamation presentation recognizing the late Representative Letitia Tish Nagisi. Councilmember Pritchett and the entire council.
Really quickly, Mayor, I'm sorry about this. We did moving a little too fast. We wanted to move executive session up after public comment.
So therefore, I withdraw my approval I withdraw my approval for adoption of the city council agenda for Tuesday, March 28, 2023, so that we can make an additional amendment.
Technically, we have moved on from that agenda item. We've called for a vote, but if this seems like something the council wants to do, I'll allow it. So we're going to go back to the approval of the agenda, and I will entertain a motion to amend the agenda.
Mayor, before we move on, can I get an opinion from the city attorney? Because it is my understanding if I make the motion and if I'm on the prevailing side, I do have a right to withdraw my
Reconsider.
motion.
Yep.
If
I mean, if we're all going to talk out, I won't recognize anyone.
I did address you, though.
Yes. So, Mr. City Attorney, a point of order has been raised. We've approved the agenda. We've moved on to the next agenda item. I've already said that we could go back, but for the edification of the council, if I didn't say that, could you still have gone back?
They could have moved to go back as well.
And so we are back. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda, or I will entertain a motion for whatever it is we're moving to do with executive session.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the amended agenda to add executive session after public comment.
So,
All
point
right.
of order, just point of order.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Brown.
Thank you. What I wanted to do was, before we went into going forward with the second motion, is to move to reconsider the previous motion so that way we're doing things correctly for the minutes, for record-keeping purposes. So I would like to move to reconsider the previous motion, and then we could pass that and then move into amending the agenda again.
So okay, so that we're going to get all the way persnickety with our Robert's rules. I would ask you to make a substitute motion to reconsider the previous motion, because we do have a motion on the floor now.
I mean, fine. I would like to offer a substitute motion to reconsider the previous motion.
Discussion.
I'm sorry, do we have discussion on a substitute motion? I'm getting lost in this Robert's rule sauce. Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead, Councilwoman Willis.
Okay, so I did ask the opinion of the city attorney, who is our parliamentarian, and he did say that it was okay for me, because I was on the prevailing side, to withdraw my motion. I withdrew my motion. Councilmember Gomes added an amendment to the agenda, and she made another motion, and I seconded her motion to approve the agenda. The city attorney, who is also a parliamentarian, said it's going to land us in the same place. And it was nothing incorrect about what I did.
Okay. I fear that we are majoring in the minors here, and we're opening our meeting up with just a little bit too much obfuscation. So I am going to, as the chair, entertain a motion to move executive session till right after public comment. We have a motion and a second on the floor for that, which is what everyone is trying to do. If there's no further discussion, Mr. Clerk, please roll call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Councilmember Sebastian?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
That motion was approved 5-1.
Any other additions, discussions, requests? Okay. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
We are at the proclamation portion of the agenda. The first proclamation is a proclamation presentation recognizing the late Representative Letitia Tish Nagisi, sponsored by Councilmember Pritchett and the full council.
Is anyone here from Representative Tish Nagisi's family? Well, I'd like to read it just to honor her. This proclamation, we have made this proclamation in honor of the late State Representative Letitia Lennon Nagisi. And whereas the City of South Fulton and the citizens of Georgia State House District 68 lost a dedicated public servant and leader on March 8th, 2023, by the death of State Representative Letitia Lennon Nagisi, who was elected and sworn into office in January 2023. And whereas State Representative Letitia Nagisi, who was affectionately known as Tish, was an Atlanta native who lived in Fayetteville, of Nigerian descent and Nigerian by marriage to Charles Nagisi. Tish was the mother of 2 sons, one of whom predeceased her. And whereas Representative Nagisi was a champion who dedicated decades of public service through her work as a local team leader for President Barack Obama's 2008 and 2012 campaigns, a field organizer for U.S. Senator John Ossoff's 2017 congressional special election, and was so generous to offer her time and efforts to help many of her friends and colleagues get elected. And whereas Representative Nagisi served as a delegate for Georgia at the 2020 Democratic National Convention, was a voting member of the Fayette County Democratic Committee, and was always involved in the education of the public concerning voter rights, social justice, and environmental causes for over the past 3 decades. And whereas Representative Nagisi was very well respected by her colleagues, her peers, and her community. Her friendliness and exceptional ability to get along with everyone will sorely be missed and always fondly remembered.
Now, therefore, be it resolved. Thank you. The mayor and the city council of the city of South Fulton, along with the citizens, join together to honor Representative Letitia Lennon Nagisi for her support and commitment to our city and the state of Georgia. Yes, please, go ahead. We want to take a moment to just thank Representative Nagisi for her tireless service to our community even before she won this seat. And now that this seat is vacated, our thoughts and prayers go out to the entire Nagisi family, as well as the constituents of House District 68, which is on the south side of our city going out to Fayetteville. We will have information for you about a replacement election that will be happening soon. We have qualifying happening in April, so please stay tuned to all of our newsletters and the City of South Fulton GA.gov to find out information on voting locations, times, and dates for this amazing stateswoman. Thank you so much for doing this, Councilwoman Pritchard. And our next proclamation.
Sheriff Labatt, Jacqueline Underwood, and Chief, and whoever you all want to bring up, can you please approach the state? Come on up. Chief Applin. And anyone else you want up here? No, they're not shy.
So this is a proclamation presentation recognizing Jacqueline Applin Underwood, sponsored by Councilmember Willis and the entire mayor and council.
So while she's approaching, I was sitting in my office one day at City Hall, and I don't know if you all noticed, probably don't. We do have a sheriff officer to come every day and walk around our building to make sure that we are safe and secure. And so one day I was looking out the window and I saw Captain Underwood, and it just dawned on me that 2 things. It was Women's History Month, and I don't often see women handling canines. And so I picked up the phone and confirmed that not only is she the first woman to ever serve as a canine handler in the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, but she is also the first female commander. So whereas Jackie began her distinguished career in law enforcement in 1990 as a sworn deputy sheriff for the Fulton County Sheriff's Office and has served in several positions within the jail division, breaking ground as one of the few female deputies assigned to the male-dominated jail division. She served and earned her reputation in the jail division as being a no-nonsense, fair, and firm deputy. And whereas Jackie earned her CDL certification and advanced from the jail division to the transport division, she was responsible for safely transporting dangerous and high-profile detainees from the jail to the Fulton County Courthouse. Also, occasionally, Jackie was accountable for transporting convicted felons to state prisons throughout the region. She accomplished a dangerous assignment for almost a decade without infractions, and once again, she earned a reputation as a no-nonsense, fair, and firm deputy. And whereas Jackie was assigned to the court division and was responsible for courtroom security, and the protection of all judges. She was later moved to the Law Enforcement Division, where she became the first female to be assigned and work as a canine handler in the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. The Fulton County Sheriff's Office is a constitutional and the largest sheriff's office in the South region. Jackie was promoted to the rank of sergeant and later lieutenant. And whereas in 2021, Sheriff Pat Labat was elected as the High Sheriff of Georgia and the chief law enforcement official of Fulton County, the largest county in Georgia. Jackie's skills and proficiencies as a K-9 manager made an impression on him to promote Lieutenant Jackie Applin Underwood to the rank of captain. She became the first female and African-American female to command the Fulton County Sheriff's Office K-9 unit. The K-9 unit has 8 sworn deputy handlers and 8 sworn K-9s, responsible for building searches and apprehending dangerous criminals throughout Georgia. And whereas Jackie is a native of Atlanta, Georgia, married to Deputy Clarence Underwood, a mother of 5 children, and a grandmother of 7 grandchildren. As the first woman to command a major special ops unit, Applin Underwood is a trailblazer for women in law enforcement who serve in law enforcement across the country. We celebrate her accomplishments for Women's History Month. We thank her for serving with valor, which means she serves and walks with courage in the face of continuous danger to protect the residents of this county. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Mayor and City Council of the City of South Fulton congratulates Captain Jackie Applin Underwood on her service, dedication, contributions to the citizens of Fulton County and to the City of South Fulton, and does hereby proclaim Tuesday, March 28th, as Jackie Applin Underwood Appreciation Day here in the City of South Fulton within Fulton County. You're welcome.
Well, I think that first of all, thank you, Mayor, thank you, City Council, as well as Councilmember Willis, just really embodied everything that I saw 1/1/21 and before. And so what a leader she is. And I think this is more than appropriate as she has continued to grace us and really, really serve the county at the highest of high levels. And so we appreciate you. More than you realize, and so before you start crying, I will see if we get a couple words out you. I don't know, that's not gonna happen. So we'll turn it back over to yeah, come on, Chief, come on.
Well, I tell you, I am, this is my big sister. And one thing that I can definitely say, I think about the things that she's done over the years. I think about my mom, my dad, our mom, our dad, our brothers who are smiling down on her from heaven. You've done a great job. You've done a great job. Hold that head up. You've done a great job. I love you, girl. I am Ron Applin. I'm the chief of police for Atlanta Public Schools, by the way. All right. Thank you.
Lastly, she's been with the sheriff's office for 33 years. And we need to start recognizing our women in law enforcement more.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you. We're going to take a picture. We're going to take a picture.
Okay.
As they take their seats, there is an aphorism about history, a saying that goes, if it's her story, it's often not history. So I want to thank Councilwoman Willis for making sure that we perfect our record here in the city of South Fulton. And to all of the amazing trailblazing women in the room, including our councilwoman, happy Women's Herstory Month. We have more history being made right now, so I'm going to bring up the cast of Westlake's Dreamgirls along with director Quandrell Brooks. For those of you all who don't know, I am a huge supporter of the arts. We're going to be talking about that more. And this school, Westlake, had not done a musical theater production in 10 years. But under the direction of the amazing Quandrell Brooks and some other folks, they made it happen. For those of you all who did not see Dreamgirls, you missed a show, but you haven't missed it all, because how many of you saw them in the lobby? Will you give them a round of applause for these amazing young people that are performing? We're going to go to executive session. That's going to be a little intermission for you all, and they will give us some more selections from this Tony Award-winning show. But right now I'm going to do this proclamation. Whereas Westlake High School, whose mission is to produce global citizens by developing passions and students through inquiry-based learning, has infused this inspirational credo not only into their academic endeavors, as evidenced by its 92.3% graduation rate. Let me say that again. It's 92.3% on-time graduation rate, higher than 74% of high schools in the state. But it has also translated this label of excellence into the arts. And whereas under the esteemed tutelage of performing arts master teacher and choral director Quandrell Brooks and his cadre of outstanding staff, including master music directors Cedric Young and Kimberly Grimes, dance directors Tashia Jackson and Ray Coleman, educators who exemplify what it means to be Black on purpose. Whereas the Westlake High School Thespian Choral Association has birthed an amazing rendition of the hit play Dreamgirls, led by the prodigious lead talents of Jayla Davis, Sandra Mack, Aubrey Bryant, Jelani Wallace, Kanaya Turner, Eric Steele, Miles Brunson, Benjamin Beal, Jerome Bailey, Zion Wilcher, Armand Chambliss, Andrea Faison, Terry Davis, Trinity Goolsby, Leisha Myers, Mayana Riley, Joanna Davis, y'all correct me if I'm saying her name wrong, Darrell Parham, Nicholas Beal, Dallas Arnold, Anthony Williams, Kane Worthy, Chase Williamson, Julian Roberts, Chance Evans, and a cast of nearly 100 students, 150 students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the city council of the city of South Fulton do hereby proclaim Tuesday, March 28th, as Westlake High School Thespian Choral Association Day in the city of South Fulton, Georgia.
This is such an honor. We thank our mayor. No, I'm not. We thank our mayor and we thank the city council. We thank you so much for supporting Westlake and supporting the arts at Westlake. It is truly an honor to be in this position today. Thank you so much for pouring into our students. You know, these children are the joy of my life. They really, really are. And I say that all the time, but they really, really are. I not only am their teacher, but I'm a mentor to each of them, and they really mean the world to me. So thank you so much for investing. I always make an appeal to people to please continue to pour into our schools, pour into our youth, because these individuals are our future. So thank you so much. May you be eternally blessed. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. James Thunder Early.
Bruh, I'm gonna make it short and sweet. Listen, I was not expecting this to happen today, but I just want to say, Mr. Claybrooks, where you at? Come on. Listen, it's been an honor to work under you during Dream Girls. Dream Girls was a very exciting and fun show. My beautiful cast, I've enjoyed the camaraderie that I've built with you all during these past few months. And it's just an honor to be on this stage to see one of the awards for the culmination of our work. You know, so we did this, y'all. Like, we put that work in. And so, thank you, council. Thank you, mayor. Wow, it's just an honor. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you so much. We're gonna take a step over to the left here. Proclamation, but they're not, no, go ahead. We do have one more proclamation, but we're going to hold it until after public comments because they are a little late arriving. And at the risk of reopening this can of worms, we did say that we were going to move executive session until after public comments. We said we'll do executive session after public comments, but I will entertain a substitute motion to move executive session until after council comments. Do people have council comments? Do you want to make those after executive session? Okay. All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor and Council, that does bring us to the public comment portion of today's meeting. We did receive six speaker cards. Would like to read the public comment rules for today's meeting. Members of the general public wishing to make public comments at City of South Fulton City Council meetings must be residents of the City of South Fulton, except the county, state, and federal elected officials should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comments should be limited to only those items appearing on the current City Council meeting agenda. Each speaker must complete and submit a request to speak form in its entirety prior to the beginning of the meeting. The person desiring to speak should rise, address the City Council, and when recognized, state their name, address, the agenda item which they are addressing, and the City Council district in which they reside. All remarks shall be addressed to the Council as a whole and not to any member. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates for the purpose of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those rules read into the record, just like to remind the public that if your item that you wish to speak regarding is not on the agenda, unfortunately, you cannot provide public comment this evening, and you must be a resident of the city of South Fulton. The first speaker is Ms. Helen Vance, Richard Snellings, Jewel Johnson, and Joyce Jones. Please approach one of the mics, state your name, address, council district, and the item you will be addressing on tonight's agenda. Thank you.
My name is Helen Vance. I live at 5735 Montilly Circle, District 6. I will be speaking on item 13, 14, and 16. Item 13, the request to rezone the property located at 6435 Old National Highway from C1 to C2. I would ask that you vote no on that. If we want to attract quality businesses, let's consider a electric charging station for electric vehicles. That way, there's a captive audience for other businesses that would want to tap into those operators that are sitting there charging their vehicles. I just don't think we need another oil service company in our neighborhood. We have 5 of those already. Item number 14, the request for a new alcohol license for the 50-yard line. I would ask that you vote yes on that as well. Ms. Harriet has reimagined that facility, and those residents that have not used it before are now using it now, and it is considered the gathering space. On item number 16, for the sanitation, I definitely agree with the solid waste collection. However, there needs to be consideration for those properties that are being used as pad splits and Airbnbs, which one trash bucket will not be sufficient on a weekly basis. And my understanding is that when we roll out this program, every property will have one bucket. I live in a neighborhood where there are 4 homes that are used as pad splits or Airbnbs, and we have 4 to 5 buckets that sit in front of those houses 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Snellings, Jewel Johnson, Joyce Jones.
Hello, my name is Richard Snellings, 1980 Loch Lomond Trail, District 1. After I talked to council last month about the law governing one-party consent and its appropriateness to record the executive session, I couldn't help but think about what the proposed legislation is truly saying. This is not my opinion. This is what the council's legislation says. The city clerk or his designee is the authorized and designated person to record minutes under the Georgia Open Meetings Act, and at his discretion may use written or electronic means. Furthermore, this legislation goes on to say no other person, including employees, appointed and or elected officials, whether attending or in person, participating remotely, may record the executive session except the city clerk and his designee, whether said recorded actions in writing or through electronic means. So let's think about what this is truly saying. Yeah, we know we said it's illegal to record the executive session, but really by virtue of this ordinance, it's illegal if the mayor records it because we said so and for no other reason. The truth is, we just do not want the mayor to be allowed to record it. Yeah, we know we wasted taxpayer funds on a frivolous lawsuit and embarrassed our family and residents with a lawsuit that has no merit, but we really just don't want the mayor to record it. But it's fine if the clerk does. Does this advance our city? No. Does this open Wolf Creek for events? No. Does this address the hostile environment that the council has created for employees of the city? No. I'd like to point out that the 5 members who sponsored this lawsuit should be required to recuse themselves from taking this vote on this ordinance for obvious reasons. In closing, if the city council was a person, this legislation would be that person saying, "Who gonna check me, boo?" Thank you.
Point of order.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
The clerk just gave the rules for public comment, and I would ask, Mayor, that you comply with the rules. Things that are supposed to be discussed are things that that are germane to the agenda. Lawsuits has nothing to do with anything that's on the agenda. So would you please chair the meeting? The chair is responsible for making sure all rules are complied.
I believe that Mr. Snellings was, on his own volition, addressing the second read of an item that would criminalize the recording of executive sessions by anyone other than the clerk. Do I have that correct, Mr. Snellings? Is that the item that you were addressing? Okay. All right. Sound the next public comment, please.
Next is Jewel Johnson and Joyce Jones.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jewel Johnson, and I reside at 4660 Orkney Lane in District 1. And please forgive me, I did not bring my glasses, so I couldn't really give you the item number, but I'm speaking on the taxpayers' collection of the one carrier. And I just want to say to everyone here that I'm asking that you break that contract, because number one, our tax commissioner, and I have dealt with him for many years, and he puts in his paperwork, he put it in writing that he alerts to people when they haven't paid. I have experienced this, and I can go back and pull the records where he went ahead and just sold the people's tax liens without letting them know anything. I, for one, was one of those, because when we was being pulled back and forth between City of Atlanta and City of South Fulton, my husband forgot to pay 2018. And the way we found out he had sold those tax liens was because we was doing a title search. And it came up in the title search. And by the time we got it and we had to hunt it down and find out who had it and try to get them to allow us to buy it back, the city told me that the law says that they don't have to let us know anything. And I'm concerned about City of South Fulton residents as well as myself, because I still own property in City of South Fulton as well as Atlanta and other places. So I am very disturbed, and I'm asking that this group will please break that contract, because you're getting ready to destroy a bunch of people in City of South Fulton. If you don't do that, there's going to be a lot of upset people in this city for losing their property, because you all went ahead and did something that millions of people told you they didn't want it. You use the surveys to say that the people wanted it, because the surveys are biased, and it really makes you look like you are saying that you want a one-carrier service. And the people really don't want that, people. You have got to start listening to us. We are your bosses. You are not ours. Please listen to us. Break that contract. Contracts are broken every day. City of Atlanta broke their contract with Shirley Franklin when Mayor Campbell and them sold off our natural resource to a 50-year contract. So when the mayor came in, she broke that contract. You all can break that contract, and that's what I'm asking you to do. Respect us and do the things that we're asking for. Nobody wants it. So in leaving there, one last thing. Just give us enough respect and stop using our police to intimidate us. Thank you.
Ms. Joyce Jones.
Yes, mine is on Article 29. I'm referring to Wolf Creek. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Joyce Jones, 1688 New Hope. And my response is for Article 29 about Wolf Creek.
Pardon me, Ms. Jones, just so that everyone watching can hear you, would you mind just grabbing that microphone because your voice is going in and out? Thank you.
My starting over.
I got you. I haven't started yet.
I'm referring to Article 29 at Wolf Creek. I moved out in South Fulton 7 years ago. And when I first moved in South Fulton, I was under the impression when I first went to the meeting that we actually owned Wolf Creek, South Fulton, that South Fulton owned Wolf Creek. That if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Nagisi, the last person that was the city treasurer, he had put it that we actually paid something like $10 million or something for Wolf Creek. If you all council people that were here back then, y'all could correct me or straighten me out on it. But we actually own Wolf Creek. So I would like to know, how did we come from owning Wolf Creek to now North Fulton own Wolf Creek and we having to pay them $1 million a year for Wolf Creek and also having to keep up and maintain the property of Wolf Creek? Seemed like something between 6 years ago and now have gone wrong where we went from owning to renting. And I want to know what happened while we went from owning Wolf Creek to North Fulton owning Wolf Creek. Could you all please explain that to me and let us know how that happened? Thank you. That's my comment.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, that completes the comment cards that I received regarding tonight's agenda.
I'm sorry, I think we do have one more speaker. And before he comes, is there, I will entertain a point of personal privilege for any member of council or staff who would like to clear up some of the confusion around Wolf Creek and its ownership. I believe, Mama Joyce, that you are incorrect in your assumption that we ever owned Wolf Creek, but before I say any more, I'll ask our city attorney to opine if he wants anyone to, if he would like to correct the record or if any member of council would like to correct the record.
Mayor, are we going to suspend the rules to allow somebody else to speak during public comments? Because the clerk said that was all he had.
At this point, I am asking our city attorney if he would like to address the allegations that we've just heard in public comment about our ownership of Wolf Creek. That is where we are in the meeting at this moment. Mr. City Attorney, is there any statement that we can make about Wolf Creek to help disabuse the Mama Joyce and anyone else who's under the assumption that we went from owning to renting Wolf Creek?
The only thing I would say, to the extent that the timeline was 6 years ago, that this would have been unincorporated Fulton County, and Fulton County would have been owner. I don't want to get into any other details, but that would kind of help explain in terms of the timeline.
All right, well, I ask you to please stay tuned. There will be more information. I believe that we will be discussing that, something with Wolf Creek tonight, and we definitely will be discussing it in the coming months. Now, this gentleman approached me and said that he had a public comment, and I sent him to you, Mr. Clerk.
Right, I believe this is Mr. Mathis. He has indicated he wanted to provide public comment. However, it's not regarding anything that's on the agenda this evening.
All right, so.
Actually, it is. It's regarding item number 7 and item number 23, public safety.
So, Mayor, are we suspending the rules to allow an additional comment?
This gentleman has filled out a card, and he says that he has a comment about item number 7 and item number 23, which are public safety. Item number 7 is a request approval for $90,000 for a K9 truck, and item number 23
is request approval of a resolution written by you, Councilwoman Willis, to require the police department to modify its hiring standards. If you can limit your comments to the K-9 unit and the police departments.
Point of order.
I will recognize your point of order, Councilman Willis, but I would ask that I could just finish the sentence. If you could limit your comments, sir, to those two items, the K-9 unit and the hiring standards of the City of South Fulton Police Department, we may hear you after Councilwoman Willis's point of order.
Sir, I'm not trying to keep you from speaking. I just want to make sure that we are following our own ordinances and codes. Now, my question, my point of order is, the clerk just said to the city council that he received all the public comments. If we're going to allow this young man to speak, my question is to the attorney, should we be suspending rules to allow an additional comment? Because our clerk reported to this council that he received only 6 comments during the public comment period.
You would limit whatever comments you have for these 2 minutes, and we've spent 5 minutes talking about whether or not we're going to let you have 2 minutes. But if you would limit the 2 minutes that we are going to give you now to item number 7, the K-9 unit, which you stated, and item number 23, hiring standards for City of South Fulton Police, We cannot talk about lawsuits. If you could limit your 2 minutes to those comments, you may go for it.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you guys for having me. I am a new resident of South Fulton. I'm a master teacher. I've been teaching for 10 years with DeKalb County School District and with now currently Clayton County School District. I was concerned because about item number 23 because I actually agree with that item because I do think that there needs to be more accountability with law enforcement, as my ordeal has been publicly placed on Channel 2 News with Taisha Fernandez concerning the training that police officers are receiving and their misconduct in our community. In addition to that, I did see item number 7, where we're using $90,000 to purchase a truck that needs to be outfitted, spending taxpayer money on items that are frivolous to me, when there are ways that we can spend that $90,000 to train these officers so that they can receive the proper training to address the community members. I, for one, am a tax-paying citizen. I do have 2 master's degrees in education, and I'm not one of the members of the community that causes problems in it. But I was identified as one of those by the South Fulton Police Department. And I think that when we spend our money, our taxpayer money, we should be using it for the appropriateness of training these new officers so that they do their jobs correctly and they don't infringe on the rights of the citizens that they serve.
Thank you. And with that, we have reached the end of public comments. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
All right. Our final proclamation of the evening is here. If the White family would come forth, come up to the stage, we are going to recognize you now. We have more history here in the city of South Fulton. I think it's important that we make sure that we perfect the record for all of our history. We learned through conversation at a previous council meeting that we had failed to recognize a stalwart member of our community for their 30 years of service, so we are going to correct that record now. Whereas the city of South Fulton, Georgia seeks to acknowledge College Park Tire and Auto as a fixture in our South Fulton community and an exemplar of excellence to the broader diaspora. Whereas College Park Tire and Auto, located on Old National Highway in the city of South Fulton, we trying to get them to change that name, whose credo is keeping cars at their best in College Park since '93, is Old National's premier tire and automotive repair service and has proudly served the South Atlanta community for over 30 years. And whereas founder and former Goodyear employee, the indefatigable Thaddeus White Sr. began College Park Tire and Auto as a Goodyear franchise before making the leap to becoming a 100% independently operated business on land that they own. Because White made, and I quote, the brave and conscious decision to rebuild and rebrand as an example of the Black excellence we wished we saw more of in our country. And whereas Thaddeus and his son, Thaddeus Lance White Jr., have established a brand whose exceptional customer service is matched only by their own exceptional community service, evidenced by their membership in the Fellowship of Christian Athletes and the Old National Merchants Association, innumerable financial donations to the Old National Knights Football League, Banneker, Westlake, Langston Hughes, Creekside, and Tri-Cities High Schools, mentorship of South Fulton youth, and employment of South Fulton residents, all of which exemplify their commitment to being Black on purpose. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the city council of the city of South Fulton do hereby proclaim, this date is wrong, we're gonna fix it, Thursday, July 30th, which will be their 31st anniversary of service, as College Park Tire and Auto Appreciation Day in the city of South Fulton, Georgia.
First, I give honor to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, because without him, we wouldn't have made it. And I also would like to say thank you to the mayor and the leadership team here at South Fulton. It's been a long ride, a successful one, and I want to also honor my bride for 35 years, July 2nd. God is truly good. So on behalf of my son who's absent, he's actually running the business now. I'm somewhat 1 foot in, 1 foot out, but we give honor to all of you, the citizens of South Fulton, and from my family to you, we want to say thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to we're about to head into executive session. We will be back as soon as possible. We're going to hear a motion to go into executive session, and then we'll be off the stage for just a bit, hopefully. But while we're gone, please enjoy the refreshments, the incredible performance of Westlake High School's Dream Girls, and our art gallery, which is open, hosting our latest exhibit, Strands, Excellence in the Fiber Arts. So please enjoy all that the Art Center has to offer. Don't leave, we'll be back. We have some, exciting announcements about all the things. You'll hear our council comments about all the wonderful things that are happening in our city. And as you heard, we have some very important decisions to make tonight. So please stay tuned. Mr. Clerk, please sound that next item.
Next item is executive session.
I will entertain a motion.
Motion to go into executive session.
Second.
For
real estate personnel and litigation.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
And I believe Councilmember Reeves is on the line. We are recessed at 5:06 p.m. Thank you.
Did you get Councilman Pritchett? You did, okay. All right.
department heads. If there are questions, if there are things that you have that you want to talk about, we're here. Our doors open at 3 o'clock. You can come early, grab a department head, grab me, and have some of these conversations. I hope that you all had some useful conversations while you're waiting, and we're going to make ourselves available to you as much as possible during these intermissions and before the meetings. And so give us a few more minutes, and we're going to get started. All right, we good with our YouTube stream?
Yes, sir. We're live.
Awesome. I will take out a motion to end the executive session.
I make a motion to reconvene.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded by a show of hands. All those in favor? We're reconvening.
I record that as unanimous. We are reconvened at 7:56 p.m.
Okay, just to check, is Mr. I don't see him in the Zoom. Is Mr.
Reeves is present.
Councilman Reeves? Okay, I see you there, Councilman Reeves. I'm going to be checking the Zoom. Just raise your hand if you want to make a comment. All right, please sound the next item. I think we're at council comments.
Yes, sir. We are at council comments.
All right. We'll start here with District 1, Councilwoman Dr. Rao.
I would encourage everybody to come out for the City of South Fulton's Parks and Rec Easter egg hunt at Sandtown Park on April 8th. I also want to announce a Earth Day event with Commissioner Khadijah Rahman on April 15th from 10 to 1, where we'll be beautifying the Cascade Pocket Park and the Evelyn Lowry Library. So stay tuned if you're interested in volunteering. Thank you.
All right, District 2, Councilwoman Gomes.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to make everyone aware that we made the news last week as the district was also shared with District 1, the groundbreaking of the Campbellton Road and Stonewall Tail traffic improvements. We were very excited. I want to thank all of the residents that actually came out. We will be adding sidewalks, and the subdivisions that are coming online will also be excited to have that new traffic signal. So prepare to travel through that intersection with caution, but please stay tuned to the city for updates. Also, too, I wanted to make residents aware that we attended the police department's weekly CompStat meeting alongside with Councilwoman Willis and Williams. And I do believe that some of my other colleagues have also attended. They have been very well, they are very good meetings to learn about more of what's happening in the state of public safety in the city. So we had that going on. District 2, we also hosted a public safety town hall, or we will be hosting a public safety town hall at the Wolf Creek Library on April the 10th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Also, too, I want to thank all of the residents who came out for our sanitation town hall at Wolf Creek Library last week. It was very well attended. We got a lot of the questions answered in regards to sanitation, so please stay tuned and plugged in about some new updates as well. Also, too, as you know, March is Women's History Month. We want to make sure that we continue to celebrate our women as we are on this council. No offense to the guys, that we do celebrate the women councilwomen that are up here, but I also want to make sure that we celebrate our women in business. We will be hosting a women in business mixer at Fresh to Earth and Herb T-Bar in District 2. I hope you all can come out and support. We had a really good time last year. And I believe that we will have some more opportunities. And then also, too, this is, April will be Earth Day month. We have an Earth Day parade that is also coming on April the 22nd. That is a citywide event that's exciting. But we also have the Wolf Creek Walking Trail cleanup as well. So there are plenty of opportunities across the city to volunteer, but we would love for our city to actually stay involved. You can always find me on Facebook under Councilwoman Carmelita Gums without the L, or you can follow me on Instagram and Twitter. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight, and we'll hope to have a speedy meeting. Thank you.
District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. Thank you all for being patient and hanging out with us tonight. I want to thank all who attended the public safety meeting on last Thursday, inclusive of Sheriff Patrick Labod and Keith Meadows and 5th District Commissioner Marvin Arrington. It was well attended, over 100 people. We did get positive news. We got a nice AJC article out of it, highlighting our 30% overall drop in crime rate here in the city of South Fulton. And we did get media, news media there, and it was good news. We are having, if you don't want to travel all the way over to Sandtown Park, I am partnering with Commissioner Arrington and Cliftondale United Methodist Church on April 8th. We are having a Easter egg extravaganza. We will have an Easter egg hunt. We will have, we'll be giving away Easter baskets, and we will have food distribution to the first 250 families. And that time will be from 11 a.m. until 2 p.m., and it is located at 4095 Stonewall Road, College Park, South Fulton, Georgia, 30349. That's Cliftondale United Methodist Church. We are partnering with them, and that is in District 3. And if you need to get in touch with me, if you're not getting my emails, if you're not getting my newsletters, please email me at helen.willis@cityofsouthfultonga.gov, helen.willis@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. I am also on Facebook under Helen Z. Willis, Councilmember Helen Z. Willis, Instagram and Twitter. I would encourage you, if you live in District 3, to go ahead and subscribe to my newsletter. We have a lot of development coming our way, a lot. I know I'm thinking about 6 projects, and I need you all involved because unilateral decisions are not made by me. We make development decisions with the community. Thank you.
District 4, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I just want to thank the citizens who came out to our District 4 Town Hall on March 23rd, A lot of information was shared by our Economic Development Director, Mr. Artie Jones, by our Director of Public Works, Mr. Antonio Valenzuela, and by our Interim CDRA Director, Mr. Reginald McClendon. So thank you, citizens, for coming out. Looking forward for District 4, just around the corner, April 4th at Fire Station 6, we'll be having a zoning community meeting, right? That I believe is at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And don't hold me to that. Sign up for my newsletter. The other thing that's coming is April 22nd, Earth Day cleanup for Cedar Grove Park. That is at 10 a.m. And also on April 10th, we're going to have the groundbreaking for Le Chateau Estates at the corner of Rivertown Road and Bishop Road. And continuing with April, in District 4, we're going to be hosting second annual Autism Sensory Festival on April 15th. That is at 10 a.m. at Wilkerson Mill Park. And it is the only type of this event south of I-20, and it's being held right here in the beautiful District 4 at Wilkerson Mill Park. That is on April 15th, tax day, at 10 a.m. Thank you all very much.
We're going to try this. District 5, Councilman Reeves.
Yes, hello, how was everybody? Sorry for me not being present as I'm a little on the side of the road. However, I do want to start off by saying thank you to Commissioner Arrington for coming on last week's call as he brought a lot of information, and for Mr. McClendon, our new intern CDRA director, for coming on last night on the call as well. And that call takes place each and every Monday night at 6:30 p.m. Just reach out to get the information. Go to district5mewe.org. That's district5mewe.org. And I also too look forward to going to getting the information over there from Chief Meadows and the Comstat, as my colleagues definitely has expressed the information that has the vast information and information that you would not necessarily think that was there. But, you know, I just look forward to going over there next week. And also, too, I want to thank a special shout out to code enforcement, fire, and police for having their community engagement last week. And I really appreciate that. And also, too, this Thursday, do not forget code enforcement, the power of compliance. That is this Thursday. And so go to the city's website, look for that information. And again, I just thank everybody for all that they do. Look forward to a great Earth Day. And, you know, thanks to all of the D5 residents, as y'all are the best part of the city of South Fulton, all the constituency. And do not forget, join us each and every Monday night from 6:30 to 7:30, and go to district5mewe.org. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. District 6, Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes, thank you. I want to join with my colleagues on council in thanking Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. for coming out for the 4th time. He's been making the rounds in the city of South Fulton, you know, wanting to make sure that everyone who is eligible for homestead exemptions is able to get the information, able to apply before the deadline runs out, which I would remind everybody that you have until Monday to get that in. So if you have not checked it, please check it. If you have not gotten it, please get it. And I also want to echo Councilwoman Gumbs and Councilwoman Willis in saying that going to the Comstat meetings, and for those of you in District 6 who've reached out to me about several things, I was able to ask those questions and get some answers around your concerns with what's happening with crime, and particularly some of the things that have happened in certain neighborhoods along Old National and in District 6. So know that when we attend these meetings, we are conveying the concerns that you're bringing to us. And to the extent that we are able to share information, we will, with the understanding that a lot of what we hear is confidential involving police investigations, and we cannot discuss those openly. But things are happening. Officers, for those of you who have asked, yes, we are still hiring police officers. If you know a police officer is looking for a job, send them our way, because we are still hiring as we move towards getting fully staffed in the police department. And then I do want to also, to the extent that I realized I did not do this at the last meeting because admittedly I was exhausted, but thank you to everyone who's reached out with congratulatory messages and your well wishes. They are very much appreciated. We had a lot of fun at the wedding. It was an enjoyable time, and I do appreciate everyone for reaching out to let me know that you wish us well, and I know Ricky's in the back of the room. I know that he appreciates it as well. So on behalf of me and Mr. Brown, thank you very much for all of your kindness and generosity around our wedding.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pritchett, District 7.
Good evening, everyone. I'm really excited to say that I just got back today from Washington, from National League of Cities, receiving training, meeting mayors, council members from all across the country, and we had a special treat. We were addressed by First Lady Jill Biden. So it was really exciting. They talked about a lot of different funding that's available for projects within our city. So we, all of us, look forward to implementing a lot of that funding that's available and working with our various departments to keep improving our city, to keep improving projects, and to keep growing. I would also like to remind everyone that on Saturday, April 1st, we are having Food Truck Madness in the Tri-County Station, which is the parking lot where McDonald's sits on Old National Fit Gym and the 50-yard line. And we'll have food trucks, we'll have vendors, we're gonna have spades tables, bid whiz, dominoes. We'll have a few sports celebrities stopping by to sign autographs. We'll have entertainment. We're gonna have a lot of fun. So this is gonna be from 3 to 6 in the afternoon. I encourage all of you to come out. We will also have some departments in our city, like our Public Works Department that will be talking about the sanitation program, will be available to answer questions, code enforcement, police, fire. So this is an opportunity for everyone in the community to get together, have some fun, and be able to communicate with various departments that you may not always have the chance to talk to. So I look forward to seeing you all on Saturday. Rain or shine, we are going to be having fun. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to, while I'm pulling up my announcements, we have some birthdays. We missed the day of the mayor's brunch. Councilman Sebastian from District 4 was celebrating his birthday.
26th, good.
The 26th, I'm sorry. And
No, my 26th birthday.
oh, his 26th birthday. He wants me to let you all know it was his 26th birthday. Today is also the birthday of one of our pro tem judges, LaDon Blackett-Jones, who was very instrumental in helping us, helping educate all of us about this new city when it began. And tomorrow is the birthday of our Public Works Director, Mr. Antonio Valenzuela, so happy birthday. So I first want to put out that we are giving up to $20,000 per household in mortgage and rental assistance. You can find that information at cityofsouthfultonga.gov. The Department of Community, Georgia's Department of Community Affairs also has a program. You can visit their website to find that. It'll also be in our newsletters. I want to thank everyone who came out to the mayor's brunch on this is the wrong one, but they came out to our most recent mayor's brunch at the Mustard Seed. And I want to take a moment to thank our acting city manager, Don Toms, who has generously allowed Mr. Gordon Burkett, would you stand up, sir, to come to the mayor's brunch and visit all of the HOAs. So if any of your HOAs have questions about sanitation, we're going to be sending information out in the coming days and weeks, but Mr. Burkett is able to come out and answer questions for you and your community. Thank you so much for allowing that to happen. This past weekend we had this rental assistance fair, but I'm sorry, this utility assistance fair, but I want everyone to know that through Friday there are still millions of dollars for 196 qualifying zip codes to receive assistance from Georgia Power. We had a special fair last Saturday. Special thanks to Ms. Carmelita Merriweather and all of the folks at Georgia Power who helped dozens and dozens of people get their electric bills paid. Of course, the first dog was there. And we went over to the puppy show. We do that every fourth Saturday. All of the four-legged citizens of South Fulton get together, so come out. It's a party. It's amazing. Also at this utility assistance fair was Brian Morris and the Code Enforcement Department. They were helping out and letting people know about our Code Cares program. You've heard that this Thursday here at the Southwest Art Center, we are having this Power of Compliance seminar, and it's really for you all to come out and ask questions of the police, fire, animal control, courts, and code enforcement. And for those of you all who don't know, you seniors that have gotten a code enforcement citation for some of these minor offenses, our Code Cares program may be able to help you rectify those issues at no cost to you. So definitely come out and learn about all of the incredible programs that our city is offering. I've said this before, but in our gallery now through April 1st is this incredible fiber arts fashion experience, Strands. And I want to just take a moment to say, did you all enjoy the young people at from Dream Girls from Westlake? Could we just give them another round of applause who entertained us through this intermission as well? We are working diligently to bring Wolf Creek online. We've heard your comments and concerns. We are going to get that going. But I want you to know that we have an incredible award-winning facility right here that we own. And True Colors is celebrating their 20th anniversary season. Their next production is going to be during Juneteenth. It is going to be a revival of the Tony Award-winning musical, The Wiz. I am so excited about it. It's going to be a classic. You definitely want to get your tickets at truecolorstheater.org. There is a discount with that new True code, so you can buy one and get your second ticket half off, if those of you can't read the screen, by putting in the code New True. As you can see, The Wiz was coming soon, because they were working on getting funding. One of the things that we're going to be talking about in an upcoming work session is the fact that theaters and the arts have been struggling since the pandemic. Some of them got bailout loans, but some of you may not know that Lyric Theater, which is a theater like this in Marietta, shut its doors after 42 years of operation. So we are blessed to have a thriving theater, and we are going to be talking about how we can strengthen that partnership and increase the attendance so that we can keep True Colors here at our theater. We're going to be talking about that in the upcoming meetings. I told you about The Wiz. Well, tomorrow in this building, they're going to be having a casting call. So those of you all who are actors and singers, we got young people, bring them out. They should prepare 16 to 32 bars of pop, rock, gospel, or R&B. So definitely come out and be a part of that amazing thing. You've heard about the Easter extravaganza and all of the Easter programs that are happening around the city. I do want to tell you about one more. It is the 4th annual spring extravaganza at Creel Park. If you've never been, it is amazing. They have an entire kid vendors market, and they have not only Easter egg hunts for children of all ages, they actually have an Easter egg hunt for adults with big cash prizes and lottery tickets. If you've never seen grown people run in hunts for Easter eggs, you definitely should come out. It is a sight to see. As always, Mayor Mondays, we are here to hear all of your questions, comments, concerns, or queries. Contact our office at 470-809-7710. You see there Mr. Yusuf Advocate, who has now been elevated from our public advocate to my chief of staff, but he will still take all of your complaints. And I just want to, can we give Mr. Otway a round of applause? He has been with our city since it was founded. He has done an excellent job. I could not do this job without him. And you can find out all of this information and more by texting the word Fulton, F-U-L-T-O-N, to 33777. And with that, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, believe we agreed to move up at this point 2 resolutions added by Councilmember Gumbs. The first resolution is a resolution proclaiming the month of March as Women's History Month in the city of South Fulton.
Did you want to take them together?
Yeah, we can take them together.
Okay, I'll sign the next resolution, which is a resolution proclaiming the month of March as Black Business Month in the city and for other lawful purposes.
I will entertain a motion to approve these 2 resolutions.
So moved.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, by a show of hands, all those in favor?
I record that as unanimous.
All right, we're going to try and move this along a little bit. So please sound the next item.
The next item is the consent agenda.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move to approve this consent agenda.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, we'll do another vote by show of hands, please.
I record that as unanimous.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
Next item is alcohol licenses, rezonings, variance, and modification cases for motion and vote. Item 10 is the first read of a text amendment, TA 001, an ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances and the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance to bring the ordinance in compliance with changes to the zoning procedures law implemented by HB 1405.
All right, I'll entertain a motion. Go ahead, Dr. Rao.
I would like reconsideration of the motion for the consent agenda.
Okay. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion?
It was some confusion on how it's written. We kind of thought some things were not on the consent agenda, so like number 9. We didn't know that that was on the consent agenda. We didn't know that that was on the consent agenda, but we wanted to make, we gotta pull it.
Item number 9.
Okay, we'll remove item number 9 from the consent agenda. Okay, let's by a show, let's do a roll call vote to remove item number 9 from the consent agenda.
I believe you had a motion on the floor to reconsider.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's, by a show of hands, the motion to reconsider.
Ms. Pritchett, you voting? Yeah. I show that as unanimous.
All right. I will entertain a motion to remove items from the consent agenda.
I move to remove item number 9 from the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's do a roll call vote for that. I'm sorry, we have discussion. Councilwoman Willis.
Point of information, are we removing it to put it on the regular?
Yes. Thank you.
So that's all, Mayor. I just wanted to make clarification. We weren't removing it off the agenda. They were moving it to put it on the regular agenda because they want to make changes.
And further further information?
All
So-
right.
We can vote on them right after the consent agenda.
All right, we're going to make that
Number 9 still.
still number 9. All right, let's do a roll call vote for this.
Okay, so this is a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of item number 9. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, roll
Add
call.
to the regular agenda next.
Yes. Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums? Yes. Councilmember Willis? Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown? Yes. Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Thank you. That item is approved unanimously.
All right, please sound that item.
So with that last vote, we will hear item number 9 at this time, which is,
Do we need to approve the consent agenda? Items 1 through 8 are we covered?
yeah, that motion was to approve the consent agenda as amended with the removal of item number 9.
Okay.
So we're at item 9, which is request council approval of a resolution to authorize the creation of a nonprofit foundation in honor of firefighter Felix M. Roberts to aid, support, and assist the City of South Fulton Fire Department.
I would like to request the council approve a resolution to authorize the creation of a nonprofit foundation in honor of our first fire chief, Larry Few, to aid, support, and assist the City of South Fulton Fire Department.
Okay, discussion. I just want to be clear, are we changing it from the Felix M. Roberts to Larry Few?
To the first fire chief of the city, from Fulton County.
All right. It has been properly moved and second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, let's just vote by a show of hands.
I record that as unanimous.
All right. Please sound the next item.
Now we're on item 10 on the printing agenda. It's the first read of text amendment TA-001, an ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances and the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance to bring the ordinance in compliance with changes to the zoning procedures law implemented by HB 1405.
This
first
item,
read.
Yeah, this item is first read. Is there any discussion? All right. Whom should we speak with? Who's bringing this forward?
This is CDRA, Mr. McClendon.
So we can check with CDRA if we have any questions. All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item 11, zoning case U22-013, request to consider a special use permit for the operation of a daycare facility to an existing place of worship within the AG1 zoning district on 6.83 acres of land. Subject property is located at 4095 Stonewall Tail Road and within the Cliftondale Overlay District, District 3.
All right, and just as a point of information, these items were all heard at previous meetings, most of them at the March 14th meeting, so we're just voting tonight. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
I have a question.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Yes. Mr. Attorney McClendon, did we receive an email requesting for a, I thought this was withdrawn. I thought it was withdrawn. Special request consider, especially for the operation of daycare facility in an existing place of worship.
Push it up.
Was this withdrawn?
This was not withdrawn.
Okay, well, I move that we approve.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, by a show of hands.
I record that as unanimous.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 12, Zoning case Z 23-002 and CV 23-001. Request to rezone property from MIX to C2 to construct 4,794 square foot building with 96 parking spaces for a Chick-fil-A restaurant. A variance is also requested to allow for refuse location within the 40-foot step back. It's located in District 3, and the property is located at Highway 92 and Thompson Road.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve Z 23002 and ZB 23001, request to rezone property from mixed use to C2, general commercial to construct Chick-fil-A, a Chick-fil-A restaurant.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, let's vote.
Mayor,
Do you have discussion?
Yeah, I believe there are conditions with that application. We need to make sure that we mention that we're approving that with conditions in the staff report.
Mr. Clerk, would you read those into the record for us, please?
I would draw my motion so that I can restate it, a reconsideration. He gave us, I forgot to read it off.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Willis.
Okay. I motion that we approve Z 23002 and ZB 23001, Highway 92, Thompson Road, District 3, approved with staff conditions, rezoning, use permit, and concurrent variances. I move that we request for rezone from mixed-use zoning to C2 zoning district, and concurrent variance request to allow for a refuse of location within 40-foot setback and staff conditions as enumerated in the staff report. Also, I approve that we approve with staff conditions of some additional conditions, rezoning, use permit, and concurrent variances. I move to approve that we request to rezone mixed use zoning C2 zoning district. The concurrent variance will allow for a refuse location within a 40-foot setback and with staff conditions enumerated in the staff report. In addition to staff conditions, I hereby incorporate the following conditions.
All right, is there a second? It's been properly moved and seconded as amended with all of the conditions.
Wait a minute.
Attorney McClendon, do you have anything else to add?
I apologize. I think that might have been a bit confusing. You're only supposed to.
You got to speak up. You got to talk into the mic so we hear you.
My apologies. I think we're only supposed to read the one that says we're accepting it with the staff conditions as enumerated in the staff report.
Number A.
I believe so.
I move to approve the request. Mayor, may I? I rescind the motion again. Okay, Mr. Attorney McClendon, can you tell me what we are approving? Is it, because I got A, B, C on here.
Just read A.
Okay, we're gonna go with A. Per your instructions. Approve with staff conditions, rezoning, use permit, and concurrent variances. I move to approve the request to rezone from mixed-use zoning district to C2 general commercial zoning district, and the concurrent variance request to allow for refuse location within the 40-foot setback with staff's conditions enumerated in the staff report. Okay. That's my motion, Mayor.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Questions, comments, concerns, queries, allusions, disillusions, hallucinations? All right. Let's vote by a show of hands.
I record that as unanimous.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 13, zoning case Z 23-001. Request to rezone property located at 6435 Old National Highway from C1 to C2 on 2,041 acres to construct a building for a quick service oil change. District 6.
I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the request to rezone from the C1 Limited Commercial Zoning District to the C2 General Commercial Zoning District with staff conditions as articulated in the staff report.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
Dr. Rowe?
I want to officially recuse myself from this vote. Although I have no relationship with Valero, one of the employees who's representing them has supported me, and so I want to not vote on this item.
All right. Any other discussion? All right, Ms. Let's do a roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rowell has stated her recusal on the record. Councilmember Gumbs? Yes. Councilmember Willis? Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
That item is approved. Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Thank you. That item is approved 6-0, one abstention.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 14. It's a request for a new alcohol license for MRB Incorporated, doing business as the 50-yard line, for an alcohol license for the consumption of sales of beer, wine, and distilled beverages at 7490 Old National Highway, Suite 100, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296. Staff recommendations for consumption of sale of beer and wine only. This is located in District 7.
I will entertain a motion.
I motion to approve the request for a new alcohol license for MRB Incorporated, doing business as the 50-yard line, for an alcohol license for consumption of sales of beer, wine, and distilled beverages at 7490 Old National Highway, Suite 100, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Discussion, Mayor.
All right. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian from District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know this is a difficult case, and you know, we have a lot of people in the building who supports this. The community supports this. I actually asked for our attorney to give a legal opinion on what we'll be doing if we voted in the affirmative to approve this thing. Mr. Attorney, may I ask you a question in terms of if we would be violating any of our rules or voting against any of our rules if we vote to approve this particular resolution?
I was going to say, before you ask me, be prepared for a very curt response.
Okay.
I've put my opinions in writing, and I just think I prefer that council just rely on that, which I think everyone's been supplied with my opinion.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Rao, did you have your hand raised? And we'll come to you next. I see you, Councilman Reese.
I would like to offer a substitute motion that before we act on this, that we actually have an amendment to the alcohol license to spell out the reinstatement process.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded. And with that, the chair recognizes Councilman Reeves for discussion.
That Dr. Brown stole my thunder, so that's exactly what I was going to do. So we're good.
All right, Councilman Sebastian, I understand you have more thoughts.
Well, Councilmember Reeves, thank you. Raul, thank you very much for bringing this forward, because at the last meeting I did ask for some further investigation, including our police chief and the owner. I'm not sure if anything happened, but your recommendation is to change. Can you state again your recommendation, what you're...
My recommendation is to amend the alcohol ordinance to clearly outline the reinstatement process.
Okay.
Before we vote on this.
Okay, but you don't have the particulars of that now?
No, I've asked for them.
Okay.
All right, I see you, Councilwoman Willis. But before I come to you, I would just like to offer, I don't get a vote, except to break a tie. But I would like for us to consider the hardships that this business has experienced, and if it might be possible to do a provisional reinstatement while we wait to bring this forth. And just if that is something that the council might be interested in, as we have this discussion, if someone might be interested in doing a provisional reinstatement so that they do not have to wait any longer than they have waited already. And with that, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I think that we need to move forward with approving the liquor license and still do the amendment as suggested by our city attorney. You know, if we can approve beer and wine against what is already written, then we can just go for the full license, liquor license. And this council has full discretion. And I think we should just go ahead and move forward and then also still amend the ordinance. And I'll be happy as the author of the alcohol license, I will ask the city attorney to bring back an ordinance, to amend the ordinance to allow for the period to go from 3 years to 18 months whenever a revocation occurs. And the process for revocation is already outlined in the ordinance. But
if
if
a
it
point
will
of
make
order, we have a
us-
motion on the floor that's been properly seconded.
And I'm in discussion, and that's my discussion. And my discussion is, I think we should move forward with.
Call for the question.
You don't have the floor, I have the floor. So you can't interrupt me to call the question. That's in Robert Rules of Order. When you,
Robert, yeah, it's point of order. We have a motion on the floor.
right, but I'm in discussion, and didn't you recognize me, Mayor? Have I yielded?
No, you have not.
Going back to my discussion, if we can approve beer and wine, I'm in favor of approving, just go ahead and giving her the entire license. And I am requesting, with my discussion of the city attorney, to bring back an ordinance amending the ordinance from 3 years to 18 months. Honorable Chair, I have yielded.
Thank you. I would just advise, because we are very behind, it is almost 9 o'clock, I would implore us to not have any further discussion about how we will amend the ordinance. We can do that someplace else over the coming weeks. We have 30 days before it would even come back for a vote. So I would ask us to really just focus our attention right now on whether or not we are going to approve this license tonight, and then spend the coming days figuring out how we're going to work the reinstatement process. Hearing the suggestion, let's not debate that suggestion tonight. Let's do that after this meeting. And seeing no further discussion, let's vote on that substitute motion. Mr. Clerk, would you please restate the substitute motion?
Yes, sir. We have a motion by Councilmember Ryle, seconded by Councilmember Reeves, to amend the alcohol ordinance to spell out the reinstatement process prior to a vote being taken on the current case.
Okay, and I'm going to ask us to roll call vote this substitute motion.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Ryle.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs.
No.
Councilmember Willis. No. Councilmember Sebastian.
No.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
No.
Councilmember Pritchett.
No.
That motion fails 3-4.
All right, we are back to the original motion on the floor. Would you please state that for us, Mr. Clerk?
The original motion was the approval of the alcohol license for beer, wine, and distilled beverages The motion was by Councilmember Pritchett, seconded by Councilmember Willis.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor,
before,
I have a substitute motion, please.
Oh.
You don't mind? That's a different. That's a different one. It's not one. It's not one bag.
I'll wait, y'all work it out.
It's not one bag.
There's a point of order. I think you're raising a point of order?
Yes, I am raising a point of order. There was an original motion on the floor. There was a second motion. There was a substitute motion made to the original motion. That substitute motion failed, so we are now back to the original motion. You cannot go back and make another substitute motion. It goes back to the original motion. If the original motion fails, then you could come back and make another motion if the original motion fails.
Attorney and Parliamentarian Hyman, please opine.
I would prefer you give me a little bit more time to think about this because I was writing. From what I heard is that Councilman Willis was the first movement. A substitute motion was made by Councilman Rao, which got voted down. Now it's reverting back to Councilman Willis. But from my understanding, and I'm not sure if, and Mr. Adams correct me, that Councilman Sebastian, the new movement, is a new.
May I restate my point of order, Mayor?
Yeah.
He's opining.
You're seeking clarification. I did not make the motion. The original motion was made by Councilmember Pritchett. I seconded her motion.
Okay.
Then Councilmember Rao came back and made a substitute motion.
Okay.
We voted on her substitute motion. It failed.
Right.
So what I'm saying, it goes back to the original motion.
Right. And what I'm and Mr. we're both getting ready to look at is whether or not another substitute motion can be made before it goes back to that's what.
Hearing no further discussion.
Just let it go.
Okay, we have a second attorney, I guess more versed in Robert's rules. Come forth. You need a mic, sir?
Mr. McClendon has opined that the main motion is in order, but there's nothing that precludes another substitute motion from being offered if the body accepts it.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian for his substitute motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want a motion for us to issue a temporary alcohol license to this establishment until this council have a chance to work through the recommendation of trying to see if we could change the period, because I gathered that even from the work session that was the problem. The period of 3 years, that's currently our law, is a problem. So I motion that we issue a full temporary license, and we'll go from there.
So moved. It's been properly moved and seconded. Discussion, Mr. Reeves, did you have discussion, Councilman Reeves? I see your hand raised. Okay, your hand.
No, so I'm gonna lower my hand at this time.
Okay.
I'm in the queue.
Okay. At the risk of dragging this out, I do have just a question. First of all, should this pass, I will ask, because we're late in the day, I will ask those in the audience who are very interested in this to please refrain from outbursts. And if you are going to leave after this vote, please exit as quietly as possible so that we can continue our meeting, you'll have a open lobby to have any conversations or celebrations or not celebrations that you may want to have. What, if this is approved today, when will the 50-yard line be able to have their license back? And I don't know, I don't even know who to address that. Is that the city attorney question, the chief of police? Who, if this is approved tonight, when will this license be able to be reinstated? And that looks like we're waiting for our
question from Lieutenant Esprit in police. She's the one that normally handles the alcohol license.
Is Lieutenant Sabri available? I see someone coming down. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council. I'm sorry, what was the question?
If we vote in the affirmative to approve this tonight, when will this license be reinstated?
That'll be tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Sorry that you missed it. Who was in the queue? You're Councilwoman Gumbs.
I just wanted to act very quickly. So if a temporary or provisional license will be issued tomorrow, how long will it take to get a permanent license? Is that another 30 days?
To be passed along. So you're asking if a temporary license was approved today?
Yes.
They last for 60 days.
They last for 60 days.
They last for 60 days.
Thank you, Chief.
Overlooked you, Councilman Willis.
I'm sorry, but this is our business that we need to get in order. This is our ordinance. We, the council, have discretion to approve this or not to approve this. Why are we giving this business owner a temporary license? Give her her license, and I have already asked the attorney to bring the amendment back. Right. I just don't like these games. We want to give her beer and wine.
I'm gonna.
It's just
okay.
It doesn't make any sense. Okay, if we're gonna give her beer and wine, just go ahead and give her the full license, and then let's go ahead. And I've asked the attorney to bring the amendment back.
Okay. All right. So I just want to hold on. Just want to clarify. The maker of the motion, this is not just for beer and wine. It is a full temporary license. Is that correct? Okay, Councilman Sebastian says it's a full temporary license for 60 days. Here's what I'm going to ask. It's March Madness. I think there's a March Madness party happening. I don't know whether or not Ms. Bryant cares whether it is temporary or provisional. If for the next 60 days, starting tomorrow, she will be able to serve alcohol. I think we can work all of these other things out on the back end. We have on the floor a motion for a temporary full alcohol license, which will be effective tomorrow and last for 60 days. That is the motion that is on the floor, and with that, the chair is calling for a vote. Could we do a roll call vote, please? Thank you.
It's a roll call vote to approve the amended motion by Councilmember Sebastian, seconded by Councilmember Reeves. Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao.
Nay.
Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Can I ask, Mayor?
We're in a vote, Councilwoman Willis. We just have to vote.
On whether or not she gets her. And so if this substitute fails, it goes back to the original motion to give her her full license.
Full license.
I would rather vote for her to get her full license.
It is a full license.
I would rather vote for her to get not a temporary license. So if this fails, this is a substitute motion.
Then we will go back to the original motion, provided no one makes any more substitute motions. Please don't.
Well, if we do that, I want to make a substitute motion for her to get her full license.
Yes.
Okay. We in a vote.
Okay.
You gotta
So I'm voting no for temporary license.
Okay. Councilman Sebastian.
Absolutely, yes. I'm not voting to break the law.
Councilman Reeves.
Concur, aye.
Councilwoman Williams. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
No.
Councilwoman Pritchett.
No.
So it goes back to the motion. Do I need to make a substitute motion?
No, first I want to hear from our clerk because I don't even know what the vote is. I'm so confused.
Yeah, I had Councilmember Willis voting against this motion, so then it fails.
So it goes back to the original motion.
Okay. The chair will now entertain a roll call vote on the original motion for a full license, a permanent reinstatement of a full license. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Rao.
Nay.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
No.
Councilmember Reeves.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
And Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
That item is approved. 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Mayor.
Councilwoman Willis.
Attorney Hyman, will you please bring the first read back to amend the motion to 18 months at the next council meeting? Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 15, request for an alcohol license change of ownership for K&S Fairburn LLC doing business at Cedar Grove Valero for an alcohol license for the retail sales of wine and malt beverages at 8700 Cedar Grove Road, Fairburn, Georgia, 30213. It's located in District 4.
Mr. Mayor, I move for us to approve.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a vote by show of hands.
Councilor Pritchett, are you voting? Yeah. He said by show of hands.
Yes.
If you're in favor, Councilman Pritchett?
All those in favor?
Yes, no? Okay. I record that as unanimous.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item 16, under sanitation. Request council approval of a resolution authorizing the city to enter into a solid waste building and collection agreement with Fulton County, Georgia, and the Fulton County Tax Commissioner.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the request for council to approve resolution authorizing the city to enter into a solid waste billing and collection agreement with the Fulton County Tax Commissioner.
Is there a second?
For sanitation.
It's been properly moved in second. Is there any discussion?
Discussion.
Councilman Sebastian.
I have a question for our interim city manager. Have we worked out the deal with the tax commissioner to figure how we would handle delinquent accounts? Because a lot of residents are saying we're going to sell their homes and all that sort of stuff for sanitation. I don't know if it's the will of this government, but maybe it is. But have we worked that out yet with the tax commissioner?
Councilman Sebastian, what you're actually approving this evening is the ability to enter those negotiations, but as you can tell that we don't have the contract back from the tax commissioner yet. So really it's just, this approval is just to authorize us to enter that billing collection, but we don't have a definitive answer on that question at this time.
Okay, thank you. I wanted that to go into the record. The other thing is, when we do get the contract, we will have to vote on that contract again, correct?
Correct.
All right.
What I'm envisioning
With all the details.
is we'll bring another resolution back for you to actually approve the actual agreement once we get it back from the county tax commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll be voting on this resolution a second time, I just want to be clear. Or we'll be voting on the contract once we have the contract.
Yeah, you'll be voting on the contract, because since we don't have, I was trying to do a 2-for-1, but since we don't have the contract back, this is basically just authorizing us to enter that, and we'll bring the contract back.
And to be clear, will the contract, I'm going to wait because someone else on the panel may want to hear the answer to this question. Will the contract stipulate how late payments or delinquent balances will be handled? Will that actually be a part of the contract?
I've yet to see the version coming back, so I'll kind of keep council abreast once I get it back, what's contained before we get here, to let you know.
Okay. I want to apologize to the residents of the city of South Fulton. I spoke with the tax commissioner, who told me that he was amenable to coming to answer these questions so that you could hear questions about delinquent payments directly from the person whom will be responsible for the collections. I am going on record to urge the tax commissioner, who is elected by the same constituents that we serve, to please come and address these constituents. We need to hear directly from you, sir. And with that, we've entertained the motion. Let's have a roll call vote, please. I'm sorry, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Mayor, I just want to go on the record to say that the tax commissioner spoke with Commissioner Marvin Arrington, the interim city manager, and me on Wednesday? And what he advised, the two attorneys are going back and forth, and he advised us on how we need to chart forward. And what he advised is that we needed to get some type of agreement on this agenda to pass, because he is on a tight time schedule to move forward with his other business, and he cannot continue to be held up by City of South Fulton. So we are doing what the tax commissioner advised us to do in order to move forward, and the contract will be brought back to us, but this is what he needs in order to move forward, because you got to realize that the contract has to be voted on a county commission end as well. Now, if we don't want to move forward, then we're going to have to figure out how we're going to collect sanitation on our end. And he's already told us the results of other cities who tried to do it on their own. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote, please.
We have a motion by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember Gums to approve. Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums. Yes. Councilmember Willis. Yes. Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
That item was approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 17. Request council approval of a resolution to amend Resolution 2022-029, amending protocols for members of the public making comments. This is sponsored by Mayor Khalid.
Before I entertain a motion, I just want to say this is a slight change. I think once we published an agenda, that what is on the published agenda is what people show up to discuss. I would like for people to be able to discuss what we have published. And secondly, the second provision says that if there is a resident of a contiguous municipality who feels that they would be affected by the decisions that we're making, that we would hear them. That one in particular is very important to me because we have seen adjacent contiguous municipalities make decisions that are detrimental to the well-being and welfare and property values of our own citizens. And I have gone and spoken in those meetings in favor of our citizens who feel like they have been adversely impacted by some of the particularly planning and zoning decisions of our neighbors. I would just like to extend that courtesy to residents of adjacent municipalities that we have been extended when we feel like decisions that are being made might affect us. And again, to extend that courtesy to people who come out. We are going to have to be a bit more, we're becoming a bit more persnickety about public comments. And so I do want to remind people, however this goes, that you can come before the council meetings and you can speak during executive session intermissions with any department heads on any topic. So however this vote goes, please know that if you are not able to address us as a body or address the city in bank, that you can still get your questions and concerns addressed by our city staff simply by coming to these meetings. I don't want people to be discouraged and think that they can't get their issue addressed simply because they can't say it on the mic. We are all here, all of the department heads are here, so however this goes, if you have an issue, please don't stop coming to our council meetings. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion, a substitute motion to the resolution before us to amend resolution number 2022-029 to amend the protocols to allow City of South Fulton business owners to speak during public comment, and that would be the only amendment.
The substitute motion has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on that substitute motion? Councilwoman Willis.
So the substitute motion will, if just for a point of information, only allow residents speak on items, residents and business owners who have business in the city speak on items that are on the agenda. Is that
correct?
Okay, second.
All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, let's have a roll call vote on this substitute motion.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums? Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
That substitute motion is approved unanimously.
All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
The next item is the second read and request council approval to amend section 13002, subsection M, executive session, chapter 3, mayor and council of title I, administration, regarding the designation of an official person authorized to take the required minutes during executive session, to prohibit the unauthorized recordation of executive session and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by council members Willis and Pritchett. And I did pass out to you just recently an amendment that was sent to you via email, but the wrong version was uploaded in the system, so wanted to have the proper version before you.
For those who don't have access to city email, would you just read into the record the amendments to what has been published?
Yeah, it looks like under section 1, 3002, the following sections have been added. Number 2, for the purpose of complying with OCGA 5014-1 of the Georgia Open Meetings Act, the city clerk or his or her designee is authorized and designated person to record the required minutes under the Georgia Open Meetings Act, and at his or her discretion may use written and or electronic means if necessary to fulfill his or her obligations under the Act, and is also the designated person to prepare and notarize the required affidavit of executive session. 3, no other person, including employees, appointed, and or elected officials, whether attending in person or participating remotely, may record executive session except the city clerk or his or her designee, whether said recordation is in writing or through electronic means, audio or video. And number 4, any person, including elected officials, that knowingly and willfully violates the prohibition against recordation of executive session may be subject to the following penalties: expulsion from the meeting, an action to enjoin the use of any such recordation, referral to the ethics board, and or, unless otherwise prohibited by law, a person who violates this chapter shall be guilty of a misdemeanor, and upon conviction thereof shall be punished in accordance with section 1006, and each occurrence shall be deemed a separate offense. These penalties shall be separate and apart from any costs associated with the prosecuting violations under this chapter.
All right, before I entertain a motion, I would like to make a request. I think that many of us have been talking with folks at the Georgia Municipal Association about a variety of topics. I've spoken with them about this topic and have been told that it is a recommendation of GMA that an audio recording be made. That is their best practice recommendation. I would ask that council consider having our city clerk make such an audio recording. He would be the holder of the recording, but that is a recommendation that I ask to be considered. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'm in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who?
Thank you.
Who?
Me.
Oh, Councilwoman Pritchett.
So I would like to motion to amend Section 1, paragraph 3, to exclude the last 4 words, example, audio or video, and to say, well, let me start over. Section 1.3, where it says, except the city clerk or his, her designee, whether said recordation is in writing or through electronic means, example, audio or video. I would like this to be amended to prohibit any audio or video recordation. And as a point of, well, explanation, as I said in the previous council meeting, recordation does not mean recording as in audio or video. Recordation means memorializing as in taking minutes and notes. And I believe that I asked our city attorney to confirm that. Generally,
recordation can be in writing, or I also gave a broader term just so it would be very clear that whether or not writing or audio visual means that would be something that would be a duty of the clerk.
I second her motion.
I'm not finished. I have one more point, but thank you so much. And also in section 1.4, for it to say executive session, it says it may be subject to the following penalties. I would like it amended to say it shall be subject to the following penalties. And that is my amendment.
Section 4.
4.
Second line, instead of may, it should be shall. Is that it? If so, I want to second that.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion and second for these amended items. And the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for discussion.
This doesn't take away the ability of the clerk to record if he needs to record, because I do want him to have that discretion.
He does, yeah.
I know there were some changes made, and I just want to make sure we're not taking away the official record keeper or his designee to record if they decide to record. I don't want to mandate that they record, but if they decide.
Yeah, it's not changed.
Okay.
Wait, I want to clarify. Is that what your motion was, that he can still make an audio recording if he decides?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion?
That's not what I understood it to me. I need the attorney, the drafter.
Yeah.
So if the official record keeper decides that he wants to record for whatever reason, or which is the clerk or the designee of the clerk, do they still have that liberty?
Yes, under 2 as well, and I was just going to repeat back or at least have the clerk repeat back what I think was being amended. I believe, Councilman Pritchett, you were amending to Section 3.
Oh, it says no other Section 3 says no other person, including employees, appointed or elected officials, whether attending in person or participating remotely, may record executive session except the clerk or his or her designee, whether said recordation in a recording through electronic means audio. That's what's wrong with that?
She said previously that it would basically stop at writing, and she was talking through electronic means, taking that off. That's what she originally said. That's what she originally said.
I think this is correcting what you were trying to correct. It says no other person, including employees, appointed or elected officials, whether attending in person or participating remotely, may record executive session except the clerk or his or her designee, whether said recordation is in writing or through electronic means, audio or video. Why did we change something?
It's fine. You can take point 3 off, but change point 4 to say shall instead of may.
Okay, where are we changing? Where it says remotely may record?
No. Point 4.
She's okay now.
Okay. So she's fine with the way that it is.
Now.
Okay.
But she wants shall to be included versus may in number 4.
Okay, that's fine. So do we have it? Are we clear?
Do
we need to withdraw any motions?
Yes, we're withdrawing that motion, but for point number 4, the shall instead of may.
Okay.
That is my motion.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Okay, this is a motion by Councilmember Pritchett, seconded by Councilman Barral, and the only change to the resolution, the ordinance, is number 4. We're changing may to shall. Roll call vote, Councilmember Barral.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
That motion is approved as amended.
All right.
May I bring something to council's attention? Your resolution to amend the public comment period, that needs to come back before council as a amendment to that section, because this is a resolution trying to amend an ordinance, and any ordinance has to be amended through an ordinance. That's the only change. So I've captured what you wanted done, but it needs to be done through ordinance. You can't use a resolution to amend the ordinance. You use the ordinance to amend the ordinance, or a resolution can amend a resolution. Okay. So that's the only, I want to add that to the record. It's captured as a resolution to amend the resolution, but it's really amending our ordinance.
So how did that not get caught, I think, is she saying? If it went through legal, how didn't they catch that?
It was put in the legislative portal with comments, and I'll just put it that way.
Okay, got it.
So, Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So we just voted and we asked for a change. So what does it do? So do we need to withdraw do we need to ask for reconsideration of the vote and just withdraw take the resolution off of the agenda?
What I would recommend is do a motion reconsideration to bring back to the council this in the form of a amendment for that section.
Amended ordinance.
Amended ordinance that reflects what you just voted on.
Okay. Mayor, will you entertain a motion for us to reconsider the?
Go ahead.
Okay. I move that we reconsider request for approval of resolution to amend resolution number 202229, amending protocols for members of public comments for the city attorney to bring back a amendment to the ordinance with the recommended changes.
Was that okay, the way that was stated?
Yes, I have that. What you wanted to add on our public comments is to allow City of South Fulton business owners to speak on matters that are on the agenda.
During public comment, yeah. Okay.
During public comment.
Okay. Yeah.
Any further questions? Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Clerk, let's do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums? Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
That motion was approved unanimously.
Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 19, second read and request council approval of an ordinance to amend Title III, Building Regulations, Chapter 7, Economic Development Incentives of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances related to family entertainment facilities. This is sponsored by Councilmember Rao.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we amend Title III, Building Regulations, Chapter 7, Economic Development Incentives of the City of South Fulton related to providing incentives to provide family entertainment facilities in our city.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a vote by show of hands.
All those in favor? Opposed? You're in favor or opposed? I record that as unanimous.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 20. This is first reading of an ordinance to amend Title 7 Parks and Recreation of the Code of Ordinances of the City of South Fulton, Georgia, to add Chapter 9, Youth Commission, sponsored by the mayor and full council.
Yes, I'll entertain
First
a motion.
read.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's the first read. I will entertain a motion.
Did you want to add something?
No, it's too late. Well, we'll talk about it offline.
So this is the first read, and what I thought was important to why we bring this to the council is because a lot of us have talked about a youth council, and I think that it's important. I know every time that I go to NLC or to GMA, that there are a lot of other cities that have a youth council. So I think it would be an absolutely amazing opportunity for our youth in the community. And I think the selection process looks pretty well. I think one of the things that may need to be added is also to the rotation, if there wants to be different council members each year that want to lead it up, or if it falls back to the mayor pro tem or something like that. But that's something that you all can weigh in and add any changes or recommendations, but I think it's time for us to start our youth council.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman Gums. I'm not opposed. We do have a Parks Advisory Board, which to my understanding has not met in months. So I just want to have some discussion at a later time about how this youth council will interact with the Parks Advisory Board. But we can talk about that. Thank you so much for this. If there's no other discussion, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 21, requests council approval of an emergency ordinance declaring a state of emergency in the city of South Fulton, providing for city meetings to be held virtually, providing for an effective date, sponsored by Councilmember Rao.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we provide an emergency ordinance declaring a state of emergency, providing for the cities to be able to meet virtually.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's take a vote by show of hands.
All those in favor? I show 5. Councilmember Sebastian? No. Councilmember Reeves, do you wish to register your vote?
No.
That item is approved 5-2.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 22 under public safety. Request approval of a resolution requiring individual room and unit inspections be performed before disbursement of rental or mortgage assistance to applicants. This is sponsored by Mayor Khalid.
I just wanted to share the reason that I thought that this was important as I have been working on rental assistance and helping people that are in blighted properties in the city of South Fulton. I have walked through several apartments that are flooded, that are filled with black mold, and that have other problems. And the renters in those apartments have shown me letters, award letters, from the city of South Fulton and other agencies in the amount of thousands of dollars, where we have given rental assistance to, where we've paid off these slum landlords for their apartments. And then they still didn't fix the problem, so we just gave money for an apartment that really our code enforcement department probably should have declared uninhabitable. I really don't, we have a rental and mortgage assistance program that is getting underway right now. I really would like to not see another letter where we have given money to a landlord like that. So we have a rental inspection program. We are way behind in our in meeting our targets to inspect rental units every 5 years. I think that we should at least prioritize those folks that we are giving tax dollars to ensure that that we're just not subsidizing blighted properties. So that is the purpose of this resolution, and with that, the chair will entertain a motion. The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
Before I make a motion, just to be clear, if you ran into a letter or a constituent who showed you a unit that had mold, did you report that information to code enforcement?
Yes, they also reported it to code enforcement before they received the award letter and after they received the award letter.
So are they in court?
I don't know where they are, but I do know that the landlord received the money.
Well, that's a pretty bold thing you said, and all I'm saying is if that's the case, I would like to know the status, because I definitely would not want to be rewarding a landlord who has a person living in substandard. So if you have incidents, I would love to see that information shared with the council, because that's the first I've heard of that. But yeah, working with code on that. But I do request approval of the resolution requiring individual rooms and unit inspections be performed before disbursement of rental or mortgage assistance to I don't think it's supposed to be applicants, property owners.
So moved.
Yeah, because it doesn't go to the applicant, it goes to the property owner. Is that correct?
It actually goes to the applicants, and then they give it to the property owners. Is that correct? Does it go directly to the property owners? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So the correction on that part.
You made the amendment?
Yeah, so I did. So the amendment is the assistance to property owners on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you. It's been properly moved and seconded. I see in the queue, Councilwoman Pritchett.
Mr. Mayor, so my question to you is, if there is someone that lives in an apartment that has black mold or has any other issue that would have the apartment in disrepair of some sort or type, how does an inspection help in terms of this money is to help people who are behind on their rent? And if they don't get the money, then they will be evicted. So the issue of inspections, isn't that a separate issue that I understand you're trying to highlight or use the opportunity to bring this issue to light, but they are two separate issues?
Well, Councilwoman Pritchett, I would hope, and we did have some people here to speak about this issue, but we are very late, and I think that they have gone home. I would hope that when someone contacts our code enforcement department and they come out and issue a citation, that we would not allow them to continue to inhabit their apartment. But because sometimes these court cases can take months, they may still live in the apartment. If we are going to be giving money out and rental assistance, I would rather create a program that allowed residents living in such conditions to relocate to an apartment that does not have mold. So I would rather, give an award to a new landlord in an apartment that does not have mold. I think that what we are going to find, as has often been the case in these award programs, is that we have more applicants than we have money to give out. So what would actually end up happening is that we would prioritize the applicants that are not in moldy apartments. And hopefully by the time we have given all of those people money, we will have either exhausted the fund, or the people that have been deprioritized would have been able to work out a solution with their landlord. In the cases that were coming before today, there were corporate landlords. So these weren't individual people with houses. These were corporate apartments that have hundreds of units. And the landlord, at their discretion, could just simply move someone out of a moldy apartment into an apartment that is not moldy. But they've chosen not to do that. They've chosen to take tax dollars and keep the person in the apartment even after they have paid upwards of $7,000 in rental assistance. So yeah, that's my response to that.
So, Mr. Mayor, is there a specific process where people are moved from one to the other, or are able to go to another place if their apartment is designated uninhabitable? Is there a specific process to put these people, or to help, or for them to be able to relocate? Because I guess from my understanding, what I hear from people, you have the credit, you have to have like 3 months worth of income versus what the rent is. Are these people in a true position to move somewhere successfully?
Well, the landlord is in a position to waive all of those requirements and just move you next door to an apartment that's not raggedy.
If it's a corporate.
Yeah.
But if it's not a corporate.
I still don't think that we should be giving tax dollars to apartments. And again, I would say this is in response to what I perceive as a failure on the city's part. We have an ordinance that says we will inspect 20% of all of the rental units in our city every year, so that in 5 years, 100% of all of the rental inspections will have been, all of the rental units in the city will have been inspected. However, we passed that ordinance without the proper funding for our code enforcement department to have enough inspectors to inspect the units. What should happen is that the day someone tells us they are in an uninhabitable apartment, we send a code enforcement officer out that day. We put them on the calendar that month, and we resolve that issue in a timely fashion. Because we have not been able to do that just yet, we are now in this position where we are giving tax dollars to people who should probably not receive them. And again, I just think we shouldn't be doing that.
Do you have an estimated cost for this? Have you estimated a cost?
That there should have been a FIS before this came to the agenda. This has been proposed for several weeks. It went through the legislative process. I just put it in the process. So what happens after that, again, is on our staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. My only concern, I share the concerns of Councilmember Pritchett, the unintended consequences. People can't help the circumstances they're in, and rental assistance is supposed to assist those in need. And in such a housing crisis that we're in, I do believe that we do have some slumlords that are taking advantage of the situation. But I really do think we need to double down on our code enforcement and have our code enforcement hold these slumlords accountable. I'm not even opposed to requesting a conversation with the district attorney and doing what Atlanta did and asking her to go after these slumlords, but to withhold payment from those that are in need of rental assistance that cannot help the circumstances they're in. I am hesitant to do that because I know there are many people that are staying in extended stays. I know people that are staying in disadvantaged situations. They don't want to stay in, but that's all they can afford to stay in. I know that we're in a housing crisis, and we have several cities throughout Metro Atlanta who are not open to multi-family housing. And so there's a shortage of apartments. And I do agree with you, Mayor. We do need to figure out a way to double down on these slumlords. We do need to figure out a way to hold them accountable. But what I do not want to do is withhold rental assistance from those who are in need, because what you're going to have is a lot of families and a lot of people who can't help the circumstances they're in, get evicted. Because if they don't get this rental assistance, then they're not going to be able to afford to live where they currently live. I just would like to find a way to strengthen our code around dealing with the slumlords so we would not punish those who are in need of rental assistance, because that's what this is going to do. If we withhold payment of rental assistance from people, and I'm not going to give specific communities or apartment communities that are within our city, because we have a few in our city that I wouldn't want anyone to live in. But if we withhold the rental assistance from individuals, these individuals can be evicted. And some of these families have children. And so I'm not going to support this because I go home to, I'm in a blessed situation, and I go home to a nice home, but everybody don't have that luxury, and people can't help the circumstances they're in. And do I think there are slumlords and people taking advantage of people? Yes, but we got to figure out how to deal with them and not hurt people who are in need. And this, in my opinion, is not the way to do it.
I do just want to respond quickly to a couple of things. Had we been on time with our meeting tonight, we would have heard from 2 residents, and what they would have told you is that they did in fact move. They were not evicted after they gave over these, or after these thousands of dollars were given to the landlord, and they were not, their mold was not remediated, and they were not moved to a habitable apartment. After multiple emergency room visits, they and their children, still at great expense to themselves, had to leave. I will tell you that after living where I lived for 10 months, I left because of mold in my building, not because of the murders that were happening around me, not because of the rats that were running behind my head at night, but because of the mold in my building. So whether or not they get the money or don't get the money, their health will force them to move or just relocate to a hospital. So I hear your concerns, but I think we have been talking about doing something for years. The rental ordinance, I think, is 2 years old. So I think the beginning of how we prioritize this, right, and put teeth behind, we've been saying that we're going to do something to hold people accountable. I think the way that we do that is to just start doing it. Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. So if I'm understanding the program correctly, this rental assistance program is for people who are behind on their rent.
Yes.
So that they can stay housed, taking away the condition of the house so they can stay housed. For the sake of supposing, we pass this, we send inspectors in, inspectors find that it's not habitable, needs repairs, mold remediation, whatever the case may be. These people don't get this rental assistance, and then they're evicted. What is the plan?
My answer again is that if we give them the rental assistance, they will still move because of the health problems they have encountered. So all that we have really done is given rental assistance to a moldy apartment that will be re-rented, as it has been on multiple occasions, to a new person.
But that doesn't answer the question.
No, it doesn't.
The question is, someone is evicted. They are on the streets. Their belongings are on the curb. What's the plan? What comes next?
I'm going to answer that question with a question. when residents get medical bills for living in apartments that we should have declared uninhabitable, and they decide to sue the city because we have failed in our duty to make sure that our codes are enforced. What is that plan?
I'm going to assume that means you don't have an answer to my question.
And that you don't have an answer to mine.
Well, I do have an answer to yours.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, because my answer is that this is not public housing.
This is not?
We don't have a housing authority. We don't offer public housing.
Perhaps we should consider that. I believe that Councilman Reeves has talked about that on multiple occasions.
And we've had those conversations, but in the face of corporate-owned private property, because that's what it is corporate-owned private property. Or it's individually owned, being sublet, but it is still private property. So I would welcome an attorney who thinks that they can win a case suing the city for someone who lives in private property.
I will
But
say if it is the pleasure of the
answer
council,
the question.
It does not. It does not. So if it is the pleasure,
what happens when somebody is evicted and they are on the streets because they did not get this assistance? What comes next?
I'm going to go ahead and recognize Councilwoman Gums. I will ask that you be the last person. It is 9:45. We will call for the vote. I will say if it is the pleasure of this council to continue giving tax dollars to slum landlords, if it is the pleasure of the council to continue giving tax dollars to illegal sublets, because they will also be eligible for this. We currently give out money to people who ask for assistance without asking any questions. If it is the pleasure of the council to continue this process, we will take a vote and we will move forward with whatever the pleasure of the majority of this body is. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums, who has not spoken.
Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me. So listening to the conversation and just wondering, is the administrator of the program, Ms. Smoot, is she here? Because what I'm thinking and how I've seen it work in other cities is that if we do have an applicant that is awarded a certain amount of money for rental assistance, and there is an inspection that is done, and of course, if they did not pass inspection, that money still would not be taken away from that person, but maybe something would be administered to say, you can, it did not meet the criteria for us to pay this particular landlord for this property. We can help you use it for a down payment on another apartment or something of that nature. Are there any type of provisions in the current program that maybe we can amend the ordinance to say something like that, if they could use it for other, not taking the award away, but allowing them to use it for other housing?
Good evening, Council. So for a point of clarity, for the two rent and mortgage assistance programs we currently have running, one, the CDBG rent and mortgage assistance program has a COVID-19 stipulation associated with it. So in dispensing the money, there are stipulations on how the funds and the reason behind the funds being expended that require certain things. So relocation is not one of the options that's a part of the way that those funds are supposed to be used. One of the documents that have to be provided is a notice of past due. So we would not be able to do relocation with these particular funds. The other program, the ARP program, there is no stipulation in terms of how the funds would be used in terms of, I guess, relocation. But again, documentation of past due is required. Perhaps we could look into the rules and regulations of how ARP funds for the Rent and Mortgage Assistance Program are to be used, and if additional documentation can be provided showing that that particular, I guess, resident is inhabitable, then that might be an additional document that would need to be provided with the application process. But the ARP program is managed by a third party. CDBG is managed in-house, and that's the program that doesn't have any flexibility in terms of relocation, if that provides clarity.
Okay, so let me ask maybe one or two more questions. So right now, these are federally funded programs,
Correct.
right? And there's technically no requirement for us to do an inspection, but if we had our own in-house program, we could possibly have them to do inspection. Is an inspection required under these federal programs?
No, an inspection is not required, but on the form that the landlords and the mortgage companies have to fill out, because once the applicant has submitted the application and all of the supporting documents, and they've been verified to be authentic, then the second phase of that process is that the mortgage company or landlord has to be contacted. The documentation that's sent to them, in addition to the vendor packet, because they have to be in our system as a vendor in order for us to send payment, is that they have to attest that they are in compliance with code enforcement in terms of the condition of the residence.
But are our code enforcement officers required to come out to those properties to verify that? Do you have a concern with that?
I wouldn't say that I don't have a concern with it, but because the documentation, they are attesting that they are in compliance. If it's found that they aren't in compliance, then legal ramifications would follow.
So this goes to Attorney Hyman. Being that these are federally funded programs, can we mandate a local municipality to do inspections if they meet the general criteria for the federal government for these programs? Are we allowed to come in and say this is an extra step based on the city of South Fulton, or we do our own individual program? If you understand what I'm saying.
I haven't reviewed our program, but I think what you're saying is that the city is a pass-through for federal funds, and there's certain requirements for federal funds. As long as there's not a conflict or we're not preempted, I don't see where we couldn't put additional requirements, but the practicality is what I think I've been hearing is that if you attempt to withhold the funds, then are you throwing the baby out with the bathwater? But I'd have to research to make sure, but that's what I think I'm hearing, that we're administering those federal funds, and there are certain guidelines, and so long as those guidelines are met, that's the big hurdle for the distribution of funds in accounting form, and to make sure that a place is habitable or something to that effect, that's just another requirement that we're looking at, but the practicality is what I think is that issue.
So as long as they meet the federal guidelines for those particular programs, even though we're a city of, if it's a pass-through, they still will be given the funds.
Because ultimately, we have to account for those funds, and part of that accounting is to make sure that we've checked all the boxes in terms of they're this type of recipient, and check all those boxes. And I think that's what Ms. Smoot was mentioning.
Yes,
and also, I'd like to point out that the ARP program and the CDBG program, although we have submitted approval letters to applicants, no money has been expended. So the issue about residents receiving funds have not been under those two programs. I believe that was under CARES, and that was about a year or two ago, but not under the current program that we're running right now. We're still in the process of getting all of the documents back from the landlords and mortgage companies so that we can get them in the system as vendors and then be able to cut them a check in the amount of the past due of the residents. So at this point, we're still waiting for many of them to return those documents. So the issues with residents receiving or landlords receiving lump sums of money is not under the current program that's in the works now.
Okay, I think I'm clear. Maybe there's some more vetting that needs to be done, but thank you.
Thank you for those questions. I will note, Clerk Adams, that Councilman Reeves apparently is in the waiting room. Council, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett. Okay, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
This is my last comment. We have federal guidelines that dictate who gets rental assistance. Do we have a third-party company that is administering these programs on our behalf, or is this something that the city is doing?
It is a third-party company that is managing the ARP funds, the $1.4 million program, and the $330,000 CDBG Rent Mortgage Assistance Program is being managed in-house through the CDRA department.
I am not comfortable with voting on this. Mayor, I do hear your concern about where you once lived, but you had a choice to live there. You didn't have to move there. I mean, you didn't have to move there. And, you know, but there are people who don't have a choice to live where they live. I hear from seniors all the time who live where you once lived, and they have been there for 30 years. And they hate the fact that they feel that they are going to be displaced or somebody is going to take something away from them that they have worked hard or their community has been taken over by lawlessness. If it's code enforcement violations, code needs to deal with it. If it's, you know, public health violations, the Board of Public Health needs to deal with it. Two people coming here saying, you know, the issues they have with their landlord, which is private property, does not account for, you know, the number of applicants. They say we have more applicants than we do money. And I mean, I am not going to sit here and approve something and punish people who are in need. We need to deal with the landlords, and we need to figure out how to strengthen our code, double down on land. And I just wish that you don't mischaracterize the people on this council who really want to help those in need. It's not about helping slumlords. It's not about, you know, paying for apartments that are dilapidated. This is about rental assistance. It's about giving assistance to those who are in need. And who am I to say no when most people are living in the best circumstances they can live in? We are in a housing crisis. It's not as easy for people to find some place to live.
All right. I don't want to engage in a lot of back and forth, but I will say this, and I do have some questions for you, Ms. Marva. It is 10 o'clock. My day began at 7:30 when I attended Atlanta Mayor Dickens' State of the City address. My days are usually about 12 hours. I work at least 6 days a week. I don't get Saturdays off, especially in the summertime. And I make $32,000 a year. This is my only job. And for people who make $32,000 a year in the city of South Fulton, there are not a lot of choices. But I do want to be solution focused. So I heard a couple of things. Would you come forth one more time? Is it the CDBG or the ARP? I heard that landlords must attest in order to receive the funds that they meet code requirements.
Both.
Okay, so for both of these federally funded programs, the landlords must attest that they meet code requirements.
Yes, they must attest that the apartments habitable conditions.
Okay, and so one of the solutions might be if we discover either by inspection or by the people who are living in the places that we have awarded this money to, we just refer the landlords to the feds because they have made a false statement, right, to receive federal funds. So that's one thing. So maybe we give out the money and just refer the people to the feds. The next solution that I hear is that there are more applicants than money. Can you tell me for the $1.4 million in ARP funds, how many applicants there were?
Now, there is a third party that's managing that.
So you don't have that one?
I do have that information.
Okay.
We have about 48 applications that have been submitted and are still under review by that particular third party. Often, and including CDBG, oftentimes applicants that are applying are not residents because that is one of the requirements. You have to be a resident. So we've had issues with that. And we've also had issues with applicants that are not submitting all of the documents. They'll submit the application and a copy of a W-2, but they're not submitting all of the required documents.
Is it the case that the total amount being requested by this sum of applicants exceeds the amount of funds that we have available?
For the ARP program, no. For CDBG, perhaps. Again, with the CDBG program, we've had about almost 300 applicants to submit. There is a limit on the amount of funds that can be expended per applicant. It's $2,500. And in most of those cases, I can say about 70% of the applicants that have submitted have not submitted all their documents. So, but again, in both programs, none of the funds have been expended yet.
And are the applicants the renters themselves or the landlords?
The applicants, individuals, not landlords.
So I would like to offer a couple of amendments because I hear people's concerns. I am certainly not immune to them as a renter myself. That first, we could prioritize those folks who are not living in uninhabitable conditions, right? That we give out all the money that we have to all of the people who tell us that they are satisfied with the conditions of their apartment. And then that we still give out the money to people who tell us that they are not satisfied with the conditions of their apartment, but that we do those inspections, and should we find that those people are living in apartments that are not up to code, that we refer those landlords to the federal authorities because they have made an attestation for federal funds that they are in compliance. So I would humbly ask for council to consider those amendments so that we are not denying money from anybody, but we are also finding ways to hold folks accountable. And with that, the chair recognizes Councilman Reeves. Councilman Reeves?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I was going to ask to your amendment, is it possible that we can have like our inspectors go out and just ensuring that they're in federal compliance before issuing the funds?
That was pretty much the original ordinance, but right now we're just trying to figure out what happens if they do not meet our code.
Mayor, I'd like to rescind my motion and table this so that you can get with our program staff that if we make any changes, that is compliant with these federal regulations.
Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
I'm sorry, there are multiple people talking without being recognized, and I have failed to recognize Councilman Sebastian. So there is a motion for withdrawal and consultation. I I'm actually good with that, Dr. Rao. I had assumed that because this governed these programs that they were part of the legislative process, but I am willing to continue working with them. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was actually going to suggest that we do some more work on this because I believe and I understand what you're trying to do, but even in terms of asking folks about their living conditions, it's subjective because, you know, if there's one roach in somebody's apartment, they would say, hey, I can't live here. But somebody else might be okay with saying, I'll catch him sometime. So I think we need to do some more work, and thank you, Councilmember Burrell, for making that motion, though I was waiting in the queue to speak for a while. But that's all I'll say.
All right, we have a motion, a second on the floor. I believe Councilwoman Willis has a substitute motion.
I just want to make a substitute motion to deny this, and then is this the first, second? That was the original motion that Councilmember Rao made, right?
I honestly don't know where
So
we are
my motion
anymore.
is a substitute motion to the original motion to deny, and the reason I'm asking to deny, because I just think we just need to do a whole new resolution and in accordance, if you're trying to do, this whole resolution is not, so my substitute motion is to deny.
Is there a second?
To deny this motion, to deny this resolution.
Is there a second? Hearing no second, that substitute motion fails. We return to the motion to table this. Is there any further discussion? I have one final point of discussion. I have had 2 resolutions now that I have properly submitted through the legislative process. I do not understand where the breakdown in the legislative process is happening with the items that I am submitting, but I hope as I will continue to submit items that when they come through the agenda, when they have been through the legislative process, that everyone involved that needs to make a comment is first included in the process, and second, that they do make their comments in a timely fashion. I apologize to our citizenry for having not made the best use of this time.
Point of order, Mayor.
And with that, the chair recognizes Councilman Willis for her point of order.
Yes, so if you were to go into the legislative process, I did make that note in the legislative process about 3 weeks ago. And my note specifically said, I am concerned that there are unintended consequences to this legislation. So my note is in the legislative process.
Oh yeah, no, that wasn't for you. It was for our departments.
Oh, okay.
Our departments, the legislative process is not just for council, but it is for our departments to review, to ensure that when we bring forth legislation that we are in accordance with federal, state, and local policies, that our policies are not conflicting with previous policies that we've had, that we have a financial impact statement. So we just need to make sure that everyone that needs to touch legislation touches it. And I will make sure before any item is added to the agenda that happens. With that, I will do a roll call vote on a motion to table this.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
No.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown? Yes. Councilmember Pritchard?
Yes.
The motion to table is approved 6-1.
Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 23. Request council approval of a resolution by the City of South Fulton City Council to provide enhanced public safety and trust within the city by requiring the police department to modify its hiring standards to exclude any applicant that has a sustained excessive use of force in his or her employment background. This is sponsored by Councilmember Willis.
You recognize?
The chair will recognize the author of the resolution.
Real quick, colleagues, I worked with Chief Meadows and the city attorney on this for a couple of, and what the city police department does have is automatic disqualifiers. And one of the reasons Chief Meadows did agree to this in light of what's happening across the nation is because this was not an automatic disqualifier for hire. What was in the automatic disqualifier for hire, that if a officer if an applicant applies and they have resigned or been terminated from another agency within 3 years of the date of the application, they can still go through our hiring process. So we just thought it was important to make sure, in light of the events that has happened across the nation, to make sure that we're taking a strong stance against rendering aid and excessive abuse against residents or any other constituent. And we make this an automatic disqualifier if any applicant applies with our police department and have been involved in any such of these incidents. Thank you. And I move that we approve this measure.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? We'll entertain a vote by show of hands.
Councilman Sebastian, yes or no? Oh, I record that as unanimous.
Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
We're on item 24, which is a first read of an ordinance to amend Title 13, Fire Protection and Prevention, Chapter 5, Emergency Management Services of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances for the purpose of amending the city's regulations related to emergency management services, Fire Department.
The chair will entertain a motion.
First read.
Okay. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item 25. Request approval of a resolution adopting a victim assistance policy to provide services and assistance to victims and property impacted by disastrous events. Fire Department.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution of adopting a victim assistance policy to provide services and assistance to victims and property impacted by disastrous events.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will entertain a vote by show of hands.
Record that as unanimous.
All right. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item 26 under new contracts. Request council approval of an intergovernmental agreement for the provision of election services for the November 7, 2023 election between Fulton County, Georgia and the city of South Fulton, Georgia. Total cost is $575,000. $388,065 for the general election, and if necessary, $183,402 for the runoff. Funding to be paid out of the clerk's FY23 budget and contingency fund.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve I move to approve the request for council approval of an intergovernmental agreement for the provision of election services for the November 7th, 2023 election between Fulton County, Georgia and the city of South Fulton, Georgia. Total cost of $575,000. $338,065 for the general election and $183,402 for runoff if needed.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. I will entertain a vote by a show of hands.
Record that as unanimous.
All right. Was there another contract that we added, 26B?
Yes, we have an item that was added by Councilman Gums. This is a request for council permission to enter into negotiations with Omega 14 Incorporated for the purpose of concert promotion services for the scope of work in RFP 23-12.
The chair will entertain a motion.
So move.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I will entertain a vote by a show of hands.
I record that as unanimous.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next items.
Okay, we're on item 27, piggyback contracts. First one is request approval to enter into agreement with Osprey Management to provide external facility renovation for Burdette Recreation Center, Phase 2, exterior renovation. Agreement is a piggyback of cooperative agreement GAST 080408220 OML issued by Sourcewell, a statewide cooperative agreement in an amount of $49,187.41 with a contingency of $10,000 for a total cost of $59,187.41. Funds are available in FY23 CIP budget, Public Works.
If it so please the council, one second, Mr. Reeves. If it so please the council, could we have Clerk Adams read all of the Osprey contracts together? Okay, we have agreement for that. You can continue through item number 20, item number 31.
Yeah, 28 is the item that was emailed to you with updated numbers. This requests approval to enter into an agreement with Osprey Management to provide interior facility renovation of VIP pavilions, restrooms, and green rooms at Wolf Creek Amphitheater based on the scope of work. The agreement is a piggyback of a cooperative agreement, ST 080408220 OML, issued by Sourcewell, a statewide cooperative organization. The contract is in the amount of $488,014.93 and budgeted in the FY23 CIP budget for the Wolf Creek Amphitheater. 29 is request approval to enter into an agreement with Osprey Management to provide Wolf Creek Amphitheater site improvement parking lot seal, coat, and striping. Agreement is a piggyback cooperative agreement, GAST 080408220 OML, issued by Sourcewell, a statewide cooperative organization. Contract is in the amount of $183,955.73 and budgeted in FY23 capital improvement budget for Wolf Creek Amphitheater. Number 30 is requested approval to enter into an agreement with Osprey Management to provide site improvements for Burdette Recreation Center Phase 3 as stated in the detailed proposal. The agreement is a piggyback of cooperative agreement GAST 080408220 OML issued by Sourcewell, a statewide cooperative organization, in an amount of $266,286.22 with a 10% contingency of total of $292,914.84 and is budgeted in FY23 capital improvement fund for public works. And I believe that's it for Osprey.
So moved.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Discussion, Mr. Mayor.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian from District 4.
Mr. Antonio, if you can, please explain for the enlightenment of the public, why is it that we're doing this contract this way, please?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and residents of the City of South Fulton. This is a statewide contract with, I lost my page for a second.
Sourcewell.
With Osprey Management. So this is a statewide contract, and the piggyback agreements are done. We're bid out through a piggyback agreement with Sourcewell, a statewide contract. So Typically, those stairway contracts were already bid before, and the city is guaranteeing the lower unit prices. So the advantage of going to piggyback agreements is that we don't have to bid again. We don't have to go to the routine advertisement of projects, 30 days, and then awards and so on.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? Any further questions? All right, hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please roll call vote.
Roll call vote to approve items 27 through 31.
30.
30.
I'm sorry, yes, 30, I'm sorry. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums? Yes. Councilmember Willis? Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
Those items were approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item 31, which requests approval to enter into an agreement with Periani Real Estate LLC to provide interior facility renovation for Sandtown Recreation Center, Phase 1. The agreement is a piggyback with statewide contract 9999 SPD S202009001-00020 issued by the Georgia Department of Administrative Services in the amount of $126,560.38 with a 10% contingency for a total of $132,889. Funds are available in the URA funding for in the Public Works.
So moved.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will entertain a vote by show of hands.
I record that as unanimous.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 32, request for the authority to enter into a statewide contract agreement with Integrated Security / Motorola Solutions Incorporated to spend an amount not to exceed $150,000 for the parts and installation of physical security systems at city locations to include Phase 1, South Fulton Tennis Center, Public Works, Boat Rock location, Public Police Red Oak location, and funding for the pilot at Economic Development. After this completion, staff will continue move forward with the next set of locations. Funding is provided through the Public Works, Information Technology, and ARPA funds.
So moved.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
The chair recognizes District 2 Councilwoman Gomes.
So I do see these, I guess these are for the cameras, I'm assuming?
Security cameras.
These are for the security cameras in the park?
Not yet. These are government facilities.
Oh, just for government facilities.
Phase 1, they brought.
Pardon me, it is a combination because the tennis center is in there also.
Okay.
South Fulton Tennis Center.
And these are coming through, oh, so these are the ARPA funds. I just wanted to know if there was a status on the cameras for the parks and then also too for the litter control. Who's going to be managing that?
So the cameras for the parks, the tennis center is a part of the process that we're going forward. We were trying to put in a SOW to get a bid on all of the parks, but we're still in the process of doing that.
Do we know how long that will take, city manager?
To purchase, install?
No, when we going to be able to get the statement of work? Is that what we're working on now? Is that what you're saying?
No, the statement of work has already been submitted to purchasing, so we're working through that process to submit it.
So it's going through the procurement process?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions, the chair recognizes our IT director, Mr. Neymar.
Yes, one additional thing as it relates to the actual cameras for the litter and things like that. I think a few meetings ago, we had a demo of a product that was outside at Welcome All. We're looking at doing those, so that's a separate piece, not included in the overall parts cameras. So we're working through that process as well.
Thank you for the update.
All right. Seeing and hearing no other comments, I will entertain a vote by show of hands.
I record that as unanimous.
All right, if it pleases the council, I will ask the clerk to read all of the eminent domain acquisition items, and we can vote on them in bank. All right, Mr. Clerk, please go ahead. Items 33 through 37.
So, item 33 is real estate. Request council approval of a resolution to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire real property interests necessary to complete the sidewalk project for New Hope Road, Project T266, Parcel 47, to authorize the city of South Fulton, Georgia to condemn said property interests where necessary. Acquisition cost is $2,900, located in District 1. Item 34 is for the sidewalk project for New Hope Road, Project T266, Parcel 66, to authorize the city of South Fulton, Georgia to condemn said property interests where necessary. Acquisition cost is $6,000, and that's located in District 1. 35 is a resolution to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire real property interests necessary to complete the sidewalk project for New Hope Road, Project 266, Parcel 62, to authorize the city of South Fulton, Georgia to condemn said property interests where necessary. Acquisition cost is $2,400, located in District 1. Item 36 is a resolution to authorize the use of an eminent domain to acquire real property interests necessary to complete the sidewalk project for New Hope Road, Project T266, Parcel 76, to authorize the city of South Fulton, Georgia to condemn said property interests where necessary. Acquisition cost is $7,100, located in District 1. And item 37 is a resolution to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire real property interests necessary to complete the sidewalk project for New Hope Road, Project T266, Parcel 71, to authorize the city of South Fulton, Georgia to condemn said property interests where necessary. Acquisition cost $6,100. It's located in District 1.
So moved.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? I just have quick discussion on behalf of the first dog. He and I run around Loch Lomond 2.5 miles in the morning. We were so happy to see these sidewalks. They are much needed for those pedestrians on New Hope Road. It is a speed zone out there. And with that, I will record the vote by show of hands.
I record that as unanimous.
All right, and Mr. Clerk, please sound our final item.
Next item is item 38, charter change. It's the second read and request council approval of an ordinance amending sections 3.10A, road delineation, subsection 3, and 4.13, city clerk of the city of South Fulton Charter, sponsored by council members Sebastian, Williams, and Willis.
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none.
Sir, can you, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Could you just expound upon for the edification of the public, what does that mean?
I didn't hear that. He said expound upon. I didn't hear the last part. You said expound upon the.
For the edification. Yeah, the road delineation in which your role, and subsequently, what does that mean in its entirety of the road delineation as you come under the council and the responsibilities, just for the edification of the public?
Yes, I will state in terms of the legislation itself, it just simply corrects or amends the charter to provide the supervision of the staff of the mayor and council from the city manager as it currently exists to the city clerk. That is the effect of the legislation. I did provide a memorandum regarding some operational suggestions, but the legislation itself only removes the supervision of the staff and the mayor and city council offices from the city manager to the city clerk.
All right. Let's roll
Thank you,
call.
sir.
Thank you. Let's roll call vote.
Let's roll call vote. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves. Oh, there he is.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
And Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
I record that item approved unanimously.
Thank you. Better late than never. Councilman Reeves, so glad to have you. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn into executive session for real estate, personnel, and litigation.
Second.
No.
I will just ask, it is the council's pleasure, would we like to put a time limit of midnight on the executive session?
Yes.
That's a 90 minutes away. Half an hour. I'm sorry.
Not to exceed an hour?
So I'm hearing no motion or second for that. We will adjourn for executive session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying up with us, both online and in person. We will be back as soon as possible.
Mr. Mayor, you need to carry the vote. I had a motion
I'm sorry.
and a second.
I'm sorry. We do need to carry the vote. Go ahead. Let's roll call vote for executive session for personnel litigation and real estate.
Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis. Yes. Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
And Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
We are recessed for executive session at 10:29 p.m.
Is that Mr. Crooms, Joe? Oh, hey.
I got 4. All right. Where'd Linda go? I will entertain a motion to reconvene.
Motion to reconvene.
It has been properly moved and seconded that we can reconvene. Is there any discussion? Are we ready for the question? If we can do that by a show of hands, all in favor? Any opposed?
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Wait, hold on. Mr. Clerk, was there any action taken in executive session that requires a vote?
No, there was no formal action taken in executive session that required a public vote.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I will now, Councilwoman Rao, if you will do the honors.
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded that we adjourn. Is there any discussion? None. Hearing none, are we ready for the question? All in favor, show of hands? Any opposed? Thank you for coming out. Good night and good luck.
We are adjourned at 12:37 a.m. Thank you. Have a good morning.